Hey sugar, what you gotta say? It started with a whisper, and now is when I kissed her, and then she made my lips hurt. I could hear the chit chat. Take me to your love shack. Mama's always got a back check. When everybody talks, babe. Everybody talks, everybody talks. Everybody talks, everybody talks. Everybody talks, everybody talks, babe. It started with a whisper, and now it's when I kissed her. Everybody talks, everybody talks, babe. Ooh.
Darling, you got to let me know. Should I stay or should I go? If you say that you are mine, I'll be here till the end of time. So you got to let me know. Should I stay or should I go? It's always tease, tease, tease. You're happy when I'm on my knees. One day it's fine and next it's black. So if you want me off your back, well come on and let me know. Should I stay or should I go? Should I stay or should I go now? Should I stay or should I go now? If I go, there will be trouble, and if I stay, it will be double. So come on and let me know. This indecision's bugging me. If you don't want me, send me. Exactly whom I'm supposed to be. Don't you know which clothes even fit me? Come on and let me know. Should I cool it or should I blow? Split. Should I stay or should I go now? Should I stay or should I go now? If I go, there will be trouble. If I stay, it will be double. So you gotta let me know. Should I quit or should I go? Should I stay or should I go now? If I go, there will be trouble. And if I stay, it will be double. So you gotta let me know. Should I stay or should I go?
Keep my hands on myself. Focus on one for a minute upon the shelf. Just a little baby girl isn't me. Am I coming out of left field? Ooh, I'm a little
just for sure. Yeah.
She said, save your apologies. Baby, I just gotta know.
How long has this been going on?
You've been creeping around on me while you're calling me baby. How long has this been going on? You've been acting so shady. I've been feeling it lately, baby. I set you apart. Tell me your secrets, and ask me your questions. Oh, let's go back to the start. Running in circles, calling tales. It's on the silence apart. Nobody said it was easy. It's such a shame for us to part. Nobody said it was easy. No one ever said it would be this hard. Oh, take me back to the start. I was just guessing,
crowds are gathered here in the nation's capital and at marches around the country, many of them teenagers here to protest gun violence. It was 38 days ago that America had its latest mass shooting, this one at a high school.
That shooting on February 14th at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School left 17 people dead, another 17 injured, and impacted the lives of countless others, many of whom have gathered here today at this massive rally aimed at preventing future tragedies. I'm Hannah Jewell.
And I'm Libby Casey. You're watching a special presentation from the Washington Post at the March for Our Lives. Hundreds of thousands of people are expected here today on Pennsylvania Avenue. That's the stretch of real estate that goes from the U.S. Capitol building, where legislation happens and sometimes doesn't happen, Hannah, all the way to the White House. And even though President Trump is not in town today, the students who have set up this rally hope that their voices will be heard by the White House and beyond. We're going to hear from some of those students. We'll hear from activists. We'll hear from entertainers and even celebrities.
The program is set to begin behind us at about noon on this stage you can see right there, with performances from Lin-Manuel Miranda and Ben Platt, Common, Miley Cyrus, Andrew Day, Ariana Grande, Jennifer Hudson, Demi Lovato, Vic Mensa, among others.
And right in front of the stage, you might be able to see it behind our shoulders. There's an area where Parkland students have gathered, and they're survivors of this shooting here today, also relatives of people who were killed. So we have parents here, we expect to have siblings here, and the Parkland students have tried to extend this and have a big tent philosophy here. They have survivors of shootings at places like Columbine, which happened nearly 20 years ago, Hannah, and they've also tried to include other groups like Dream Defenders, which is a racial justice group that started after Trayvon Martin was shot. Also an anti-violence group in Chicago called Peace Warriors. They've tried to include those groups as well.
I actually just spoke to some women, a young woman and her mother who traveled all the way from Chicago for this rally. Although there are, I should say, over 800 sister marches happening all over the world, it is centered here in D.C. And something that you might not be able to see at home is that the Capitol building is actually perfectly framed behind the stage. So I'm looking forward to hearing what the speakers have to say, who are actually, no one is older than 18 who's going to be a featured speaker today. This was something that was important to the Parkland students, was that they've obviously had a lot of help from professional organizers, but they have been working nonstop. They have been working 22 hours a day in some cases, pulling this together in not much longer than a month. They raised over $4 million for this march and everything that goes into it, from people like the Clooneys, from Oprah, from Steven Spielberg, and other celebrities. But they are making sure that they are going to be center stage to give their message directly to the Capitol, which houses our nation's government, and I'm looking forward to finding out how they intend to keep this momentum going.
And we'll be hearing from some of those students in just a few moments, but I want to give you a sense of the lay of the land right now. So we are at 3rd and Constitution here in Washington, D.C., right near Pennsylvania Avenue, and this rally stretches, like we said, for quite a ways away. We've got correspondents stationed along the route. Let's go to our colleague Rhonda Colvin, who's right near the museum. Hi, Rhonda.
Hi, Libby and Hannah. As you just mentioned, I'm here at the museum and alongside Pennsylvania Avenue. We've been here for about the last 2 hours or so, and since this morning, people have been trickling in, and now things are at a complete standstill. It's a huge crowd down this main street in D.C., and we've seen a lot of people with signs and in groups asking for Congress to do something about gun violence. And it's really interesting to see that it's pretty cross-generational. We know that the Parkland students organized this march and this movement. However, the crowd here ranges from, really young children to grandparents. I just saw a sign that said grandparents against guns. So this is an issue that is impacting people of different generations, and it's a great crowd out today. We also have a guest with us today. She is a survivor. She shares the unique perspective of those Parkland students. Sally Garrigan, nearly 20 years ago, was a survivor from the Columbine shooting that most of America remembers as one of the worst school mass shootings. Sally, tell me why you're here today and why this is important for you.
Here because the students in Parkland have a voice that we never had 20 years ago. So I'm honestly just here to support them.
And now you're a parent, and this issue kind of hits home. It hits home because you experienced this yourself, but now that you have kids, this is something that you're worried about.
Absolutely. It's life becomes a little bit more precious once you have a child. And I fear for her to go to school because at the time when I was at school, we didn't know this could even exist. It was an anomaly. Now it just seems like the culture is gun violence culture, so it's time for a change.
A lot of people have talked about how the Parkland students are very eloquent. They mobilize very quickly. It's only been a couple months, actually, and now we're seeing a crowd like this. Are you surprised at all? Do you feel like this is the moment when change will happen?
Absolutely. The voices that they have and what they're saying, like you said, is so eloquent and motivational that they are not backing down, and I admire them.
You're also a part of, is it Moms Demand Action in Virginia? You're now a Virginia resident. What is your group doing to try to keep this in the forefront?
So what's great is they are so good at giving us pointers on what we need to look at, going up to federal level, to enhancing background checks, to then looking into the age minimum and raising it to 21, and then also looking to prohibit assault weapons and high-capacity magazines.
In an article that one of our colleagues at the Post wrote this week, where you were quoted in it, you mentioned how the Orlando nightclub shooting was sort of a turning point for you, where you felt like you needed to be involved in this type of movement. And then when you saw the images coming from Parkland the day of their shooting, it reminded you of your experience. Tell me a little bit about how this moment has spurred you to be an activist.
So I do feel awful because after Columbine, I didn't want it to define me. I needed to process what had happened. I almost became despondent and didn't even know how to act. Then the Pulse shooting occurred, and it just touched me, and I'm like, why am I just sitting around? I need to do something. So I started to attend meetings, and then I didn't really use my voice until now Parkland, because it was so eerily familiar, and it just looked like history repeating itself after 20 years.
Sally, thank you so much for giving us your perspective of why you're here today. And I'm going to go ahead and send things back to my colleagues, Hannah and Libby, back at the main stage.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. So I am here with Mayan Mizrahi, who is actually one of the Parkland students who's traveled from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School to be here today. So Mayan, tell us, why is it important for you to be here today?
It is important for me to be here today because I am with my fellow classmates here to fight for the lives of the 17 innocent lives that we've lost. And we want to make sure that every single child in America feels safe when they walk in through the doors of their own school.
What do you hope that today will achieve?
I hope that after today, politicians see that we will no longer accept political inaction, and we want everyone to know that today is not the end of our movement. Rather, it is the beginning of a long and continuous journey that will hopefully save the lives not only students but also citizens for generations to come.
So why was it important for you to have today be really led by students? We're going to hear from your classmates. Why is this a student-led day?
I think that it is important that this is student-led because it is our own personal stories that have reached into the hearts of Americans. And it is our classmates, our teachers, our coaches, our friends that we lost, and we want to make sure that something is done. We have grown up our whole lives learning that if you want to get something done, you have to go out and do something about it. And by this being student-led, we will make sure that something is done about it. I think that our dedication and drive is very unique, and it has allowed us to reach so far and so fast, as evident in our social media activism, which has allowed us to get so much support. As like you can see here today, there's thousands of individuals from all across the country, and the support is so overwhelming, but it's what's keeping us strong.
So you said your classmates just flew in this morning, many of you, and others came on a bus earlier from Florida. And so how many students are here today from Parkland, do you estimate?
I'm not really sure, but I think maybe about at least a couple hundred, maybe even 1,000.
What is the mood like down there in this area that is reserved for Parkland friends and family and other survivors?
It's very supportive. There's also students from Chicago there as well. And I think that because we're standing here united, it makes a statement. It shows that we're not going to be broken, and we're going to stand stronger than ever before.
So where do you go from here?
From here, I think that, well, I'm going to go back home, but I think that after today, we're going to see change, and I think that we're going to start being kinder to one another. I think change starts from us first, and from there it can spread.
Well, thank you so much. We appreciate you talking to us so much, and to all of you and your classmates for coming in what must be a very difficult time, because it was not that long ago that you guys did go through this experience. So thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
And we hope you enjoy the concerts also from
Thank
Ariana
you.
Grande and others. So thank you so much for talking to us. I'm going to check in now with Jordan Fraser, our colleague who is down in Freedom Plaza.
Yeah, hey Hannah, I am about 10 blocks to the west of where you are, a little bit further down Pennsylvania Avenue, closer to the White House. Now, as you guys mentioned, President Trump is not here at the White House today. He and the First Family are spending the weekend down at their Mar-a-Lago resort down in Florida. But there are still plenty of political undertones to today's event. We were here yesterday kind of watching the final preps take place for this rally, and as we did, President Trump, we actually got to see him leave on Marine One, and shortly after he did that, he was tweeting about the need to ban bump stocks, which of course is that device that makes guns more semi-automatic that we first learned about after that tragic Las Vegas shooting. And as we're here and people are streaming in to kind of fill in the crowd, it's almost reached us here. It's almost 10 blocks long at this point. We've seen a lot of anti-NRA signs, a lot of people urging their members of Congress not to take funds from the NRA any longer. We've seen people here from the League of Women Voters registering people to vote. So the political message here is very strong. I spoke to a former school administrator from Florida who is here, and he says he plans to urge his representatives to look at campaign finance reform to take away the influence from groups like the NRA. So we'll be keeping an eye on all of that up here, a little closer to the White House, but for now we'll send it back closer to the stage and you and Libby.
Thank you so much, Jordan. So we are right near the stage, but our colleague Nicole Ellis is right off stage, so she has a chance to talk to people as they get ready to go up and speak to the crowds, also as some of the performers come off stage. Nicole has been able to chat with some of the students, so let's throw it to Nicole.
Naomi, we're almost ready. This is Nicole Ellis with the Washington Post, feet away from the March for Our Lives stage. I'm here with Jacqueline Corin and Naomi Walder. Jacqueline, you're from Parkland, and Naomi, you're from right outside of D.C. in Alexandria. What brought you two together and right here in front of me today?
I mean, we've both been affected by gun violence, and we're from completely separate worlds. I'm a South Florida random high schooler, and she's an elementary school or a middle schooler from D.C. You know, who would have thought we would be brought together? But I'm glad we were, because we both are fighting for the same thing, and so many people are too.
Naomi, we were just chatting about this, but what's it like being one of the youngest here and being a representative for your community?
Being a representative for my community feels it's like a big weight on your shoulders. It's a pressure that you have to explain that we can do this. And that's the same thing with being the youngest here. It's proof that I know what I'm talking about and that I wouldn't be here if I didn't.
Jacqueline, I was just asking you about what it's like being here, and you told me that it's not about you, it's not about how you're feeling or doing, it's about the march and about everything it represents. And that's something that's, so mature in an out-of-body perspective. And I'm curious about how this and everything going on today has changed your perspective about, what it means to be a student or a kid in a world where you have a say.
Before February 14th, I was just a normal high school girl in my own little Parkland bubble. That's what I like to call it. I wasn't as aware of what was going on around me in the political world as I should have been, and I regret that. But I'm here to tell people that they need to involve politics in their everyday life, because until it hits them, like it hit me, like a slap in the face, you need to do it before that happens.
Is there anything about the march or about your experience so far that hasn't been discussed that you feel like you want to talk about or share?
I just want people to understand that this came out of a living room floor with a bunch of hormonal teenagers. That's what this is. And it's crazy to see that this happened just 6 weeks ago, and now the world is watching us. It's such a commonsensical issue too, and there's so much support for it. So I cannot fathom why these politicians are being so stingy. Well, actually I can. They're greedy for money. And we're here to show them that they're being selfish and you're going to be voted out.
Naomi, what have you learned about yourself and about your role so far in this experience?
I've learned that I can push myself a lot harder than I like to admit sometimes. I remember one time before I went to a town hall, I was really tired, and I just know you're going. And if this, I believe that I never knew that I could stand up so tall and be so encouraging of myself for something I believe in.
Thank you both so much for chatting with me. Nicole with the Washington Post, back to you.
Thank you so much, Nicole. We were hearing just there from some of the lead organizers from among the Parkland students, and it's really incredible to hear about them. They've been working so nonstop. Seems like they have barely had time to grieve, and yet they are maintaining so much energy and honestly a sense of humor, also referring to hormonal teenagers being such an important source of drive and a living room floor that they've been organizing this from.
And Hannah, after other mass shootings have happened, whether they were at schools like in Newtown, Connecticut at Sandy Hook Elementary, or whether they were in Las Vegas like we saw this fall at a concert, a lot of adults have said, what can we do? You know, there's political gridlock in Washington and they sort of don't know where to go. And these students just aren't taking that. And we're hearing from the young people themselves saying, I might have been tired, but I still motivated and I still went to that event and I still had my voice be heard. And so we're seeing in the crowd a lot of young people, but also parents and teachers, and the Washington Post reporters that are our colleagues who are out among the crowds have been talking to people, and they are hearing from teachers who don't want to have guns in classrooms. They are hearing from grandparents who are saying that this is an important moment for them to be out here to support those young people as well.
And speaking of grandparents, there's actually a retirement community here in D.C. around Thomas Circle at downtown who are holding their own rally today that a Washington Post reporter has written about. They are aged 80s to 101, and they are planning, actually right about now, they are marching around Thomas Circle. And if anyone is near there, they are also apparently handing out cookies to anyone who's headed to the rally. And so they have a 98-year-old, 101-year-old, and it really shows that breadth of age. Obviously, it is the organizers are from this one particular school, but there are people from all over here and who are here for many different reasons. Only 3% of sorry, well, we're going to go now to our colleague Rhonda because she has someone who she'd like to speak to. Over to you, Rhonda.
Hannah and Libby, I have with me Tansy Youngblood, who is actually a prospective member of Congress. She's running for a seat out of New Jersey, but she's also an ex-educator. And she's here today because this issue is very close to her heart as a former educator. Ms. Youngblood, could you tell us a little bit about what you would intend to do with gun restrictions and why this issue is very important to you?
Yes, this issue is very important to me because I was a school teacher for over 30 years, and I am here today because I am concerned about the future of this country, and I am concerned about the children. We need to stand up, we need to listen, we need to stop the NRA and their lobbyist attempts to take control of the Congress so that the measures that we need to put in place to keep our country safe, especially to keep our children safe, to keep our schools safe. I am here marching today because I know that we need stronger gun measures. We need more background checks, stricter background checks. For example, people who are convicted of hate crimes, these people should not be allowed to purchase weapons. In addition to that, we have the Concealed Reciprocity Act, where you can go from one state to another and carry a concealed weapon. In New Jersey, we have some of the strongest gun laws in the country. We have senators in New Jersey who support this. I am against the Concealed Reciprocity Act. In addition, I believe there should be a ban on assault weapons. These are military weapons, and only the military should have access to these kind of weapons.
As a former educator, how does it feel to see so many young kids here who are marching for this issue? Kids who can't vote yet.
Well, it's wonderful because these kids are our future voters, and I am very happy and I am encouraged to see all these young people who are out and engaged and getting so engaged in the system early. And that's important because they're the ones that are running from the bullets. The people in Congress, they sit safe and they make legislation, but these kids, they're the ones who are running from the bullets, and it's their lives that are at stake, and I'm glad to see that they're engaged, and I support them 100%.
Ms. Youngblood, thank you for telling us your thoughts, and good luck.
Thank you.
I'm going to send things back to you at the main stage, Hannah and Libby.
Thanks, Rhonda. So as we were just hearing about this being a political issue, and the teens who are here today have a very political goal. They are here to grieve their classmates, but they are also here hoping to make change, and we keep hearing that from them. And as we have heard, that many of them are not actually old enough to vote yet. So we're going to go now and take a look at Parkland, where there is actually a sister rally going on there, which I heard from a student is more of a memorial. It is more about their classmates who have been lost and injured at Parkland.
I loved how all the restaurants in town were owned by friends, family, and neighbors. I loved how you could walk into the first day of school not knowing anyone in your class, but by the end of first period, walk out waving 3 new friends goodbye. I loved Parkland for all of these reasons and so many more. And yes, I say loved, because after February 14th, my love for Parkland has taken on an entirely new meaning. I love how the friendships I forged in kindergarten have lasted well into my high school career. I love how the people who live here, work here, love here, are part of a community, not just a town. I love how even through all of this tremendous heartbreak, we have stood up and we have come back stronger than ever. I strongly believe in the mantra that everything happens for a reason. In fact, I live my life by it. But with this, I've been struggling to find a reason why. My friends and I, we've never been afraid to voice our opinions or openly debate a concept with another with whom we disagree. We've never hesitated to advocate for issues that we feel are socially, politically, morally unjust. These ideas that we preach, they're nothing new. It breaks my heart to think that it took something like this for us to spread our thoughts and our passion. But that is the reality in which we live. I think about the current state of gun safety laws in this country, and I am saddened by the long road to reform that lays ahead. But then, I see all that we have already accomplished. I see companies cutting ties with the NRA. I see the state of Florida taking much needed steps towards gun safety.
Scenes from Parkland, of course, the community that's had to deal with the incredible grief and loss after last month's school shooting. But Hannah, we have to put out that just this past week, there was a school shooting in Maryland and a girl lost her life. I mean, we saw images of her family addressing the media after they had to take her off life support because she was a victim of a school shooting. And the Parkland students are mourning that they're also trying to make a political message, like you said, and it really runs the gamut. They're calling for a variety of actions to take place here in Washington, as well as in Florida. They've had some success in Florida, but even the students will say it's just gone only so far. We do see some politicians here. I've seen some Democrats wandering around, but we see a lot of signs that the crowds are carrying that are very anti-NRA, blaming the NRA for a lot of the gridlock that's happened in Washington. Also, a lot of signs angry against Republicans.
Yeah, I spoke to a few people just now at the front of the crowd, and I asked why they were here, and all of them mentioned the NRA immediately. And although some of them are too young to vote who are here today, that doesn't mean they're too young to organize, to knock on doors, and to register on their 18th birthday. And we've seen a lot of that on social media. Obviously, these teenagers are teenagers, and they're better at social media than anyone else, and that has been the force of their organizing. And given that they are mostly born after, or they are all born after the year 2000, that means they're actually not millennials. So we are looking at a new generation, Gen Z it can be called, who are really coming into the fore and making their voices heard about mass shootings, but also about all kinds of shootings. Because as I was saying before, gun violence, gun deaths are 2/3 of gun deaths are actually suicides, 1/3 that are homicides. Of that, 3% are mass shootings, and the rest are day-to-day. 96 Americans die a day from gun violence.
Let's go to our colleague Jordan Fraser, who's been following what's happening along the political angle of this, but he's also been in the crowds checking out what people have to say. Jordan.
Absolutely. Hey, Libby. One of the things that has been most impressive about this crowd and the people I've been talking to is kind of the organization around all of it, right? We've seen so many different groups. Not only are more traditional organizations like the Democratic National Committee here with large groups of people who are taking part in the march, there's also groups of LGBT community members here also marching. And even I was surprised there's an art group here that encouraged students to make posters to sponsor this rally. And they even got the man behind the famous Obama Hope poster from 2008 to help and organize them in a different way around art that isn't so much politics. So just the organizing principles that are represented here is so impressive. And people here are really optimistic when I talk to them in the crowd that they'll be able to sustain that momentum as we go into the 2018 midterms and even the 2020 presidential election, which will be a fascinating angle to this story for us all to keep track of.
Jordan, thanks so much. So we are seeing the Parkland students advocate for some gun control measures. We're also, though, seeing some families of Parkland victims talk about school safety. So not everyone is on board with looking at guns exclusively or as a top priority. One family who lost their daughter in the shooting is saying that schools have to be safe places where kids don't have to worry about learning in the threat of danger. So we may hear some different messages on stage, but today is really about what the kids want to direct the conversation to, and a lot of that, frankly, is gun control, Hannah. Let's go to our colleague, Nicole Ellis, who is just off stage where the rally's about to begin.
There we go. Okay. And you angle a little bit this way? Okay. So tell me, in the meantime, while we wait for our feed to go live. Oh. Hi, this is Nicole Ellis with the Washington Post. I'm here with D'Angelo McDade. D'Angelo, tell me a little bit about what brought you here today.
So I'm D'Angelo McDade. I'm from North London College Prep, where we utilize the Key nonviolence philosophy in our school. And so I'm I have been directly impacted by violence. I am a gun violence survivor and victim, along with my grandfather. So today I stand here representing Jonathan Mills, Jerome Phelps, Deshaun Moore, and countless others who've been impacted from under-resourced communities. This today is a platform that we may have not had if it were not for the students in Parkland. It had to take a tragic incident to get us here, but we're here today.
D'Angelo, what's so compelling about this is that students like yourself have taken on this role of holding lawmakers and holding society accountable in a very unique way, especially for students. What is the point that you want to hit home during your speech today?
So silent is our art, not our war. So very often we've been kept silent because of adultism, saying that you're too young to do something, you can't make change. And today we're here to make that change. We are all survivors of many different things, but today we will be survivors of making change. We will be the implementation of innovation. Today, the youth are going to take the lead. If politicians don't want to listen, hey, November will come and we'll relieve you of your duties. But remember, you are here to serve the people and not have the people serve you.
D'Angelo, can you just tell me how old you are?
I'm 18 years of age.
You're 18, and where do you see yourself after this?
At DePaul University, studying political science and educational studies, and hopefully have a career in governmental affairs.
Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on college.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thanks so much, Nicole. So Nicole is stationed right off stage, so she'll be able to see the students as they get on stage, also the performers after they come off. Hopefully we'll get a sense of what they're talking about. I want to go to our colleague Jordan Frazier to hear a little bit more from him about how the White House is responding to today's march. Jordan?
Yeah, hey, that's one of the more notable things is not only is the president not in Washington, we haven't seen him tweet yet this morning about this event. And it's such a major event that is galvanizing the national conversation, not just here in Washington, but in cities around the country, that it is notable that the president himself hasn't yet weighed in on this issue. I will tell you, there are quite a few signs that are President Trump specific. Obviously, with this crowd, they tend to be a little bit anti the president, but President Trump is very much a presence at this rally, even though he isn't physically here in Washington. Libby?
Thanks so much, Jordan. I'm here with Senator Bill Nelson of Florida. Senator, why are you here today?
To support the students. They have been so strong. Their determination gives me determination.
What is going to change?
It already has. Very small steps in the state legislatures. We passed 3 things the other night, very small steps. The common sense thing, we've got a long way to go, is to get the universal background checks before you can buy a gun, and then to get the assault rifles and the big magazine clips off the streets. But that's a long way to go.
Well,
but
America is not unified on that issue. I mean, we're all going to see some rallies today around the country supporting the Second Amendment and supporting gun rights in states where guns are considered to be a fundamental right of American culture.
I disagree with that. It's common sense, and the polls will show in my state of Florida and across the nation that people do not want big, long clips of many rounds, and they don't want assault rifles out there to conduct these massacres that we've seen. You know, think about my state. Just in the last 2 years, Pulse nightclub, that was 49. The Fort Lauderdale Airport, and now the school in Broward County. People want change.
What goes through your mind when you first see those images, when you saw the Parkland students coming out of Stoneman Douglas High School with their hands up, running away from the scene, when you realized that was in your home state?
That's why those students are here. They don't want to keep living in fear that they are now subjected to. And they are demonstrating for change, and I think they're already having an effect.
You know, depending on how many hundreds of thousands of people we see rallying here and other places, how does that message go into legislation, though? How does that message translate from a rally that's supportive and positive into changing legislation and changing your colleagues' minds?
Well, it won't until you start changing things in elections. And that's where I think these students are having an effect.
All right. Thank you so much, Senator Bill Nelson, Democrat of Florida. Appreciate you taking the time to talk with us. Let's go to my colleague, Rhonda Colvin, who's right down the avenue. Rhonda?
Thanks, Libby. As you mentioned, we're outside of the museum alongside Pennsylvania Avenue down the road from you. And I have three guests, actually. A mom, Jen from Columbus, Ohio. She's here because she's very concerned about this issue for her children who are teenagers. Jen, tell me a little bit of what brought you here today, all the way from Columbus, Ohio.
Right. Well, as a registered nurse, I feel like the lack of common sense gun laws in this country is our #1 public health crisis. I feel like people are dying because we can't have common sense gun laws that other countries of our, size and economic have. And and as a mother of 4 teenagers, I feel like, I have to live in this terror every day when they go off to school. And when they graduate, it doesn't end, because then they go to college and then they have families, and then I relive this all over again as a grandmother. So we're here today to say no more. We're here to say this has to stop, and we're doing this as a collective effort in order to change the narrative in this country around gun laws.
And you mentioned you brought your 2 children. You have 3 triplets.
Right.
One is at home.
Right.
But what do you talk to them about at home when you see gun violence at school, and it's terrifying for adults, let alone children?
I remember being mortified one day when I learned that these guys had learned an active shooter drill at school. That's something that I never had when I was going to school. And as they were describing it to me, I mean, I can only imagine the terror that they would go through if they had to actually go through the steps of an active shooter drill when it wasn't a drill, and how inadequate it seems to throw books at someone who has a gun. And our solutions are reactive when they need to be proactive. And the conversations that I have with these guys about what's going on at school, and the things that they're hearing, and I think a lot of it, we live in a very red district, and I think a lot of it tends to be, well, it didn't happen here, so why do we need to care? But I don't know how you.
Jen, Noah, Olivia, thank you so much for speaking with us, and good luck. I'm going to send things back to you guys at the main stage.
Rhonda, it's just a few minutes after noon now, and we can see some school children have come out on stage, so we are expecting them to start shortly. However, we're going to stick with our team until then. Tell us about your talk with the senator from Florida.
Yeah, it's fascinating to hear Democrats say we want to make change, we're working on this issue, and some of them have been working on the issue specifically of changing gun laws for a very long time. But gridlock on Capitol Hill is so prevalent, especially when it comes to this issue. No one can decide on how to move forward, even on some basic things, like trying to make sure that people on the terrorist watch list can't get guns.
Even things that are very popular among the voting public.
That's right. So Jordan Fraser, you've been covering this issue on Capitol Hill. Can you give us some more insight into the legislative situation?
Absolutely, Libby, and I think you're right that it's hard to get anything done on this issue, but what I can tell you is two things. One is there is frustration by both Republicans and Democrats on Capitol Hill that every time we have one of these incidents, we as reporters say to them, you know, what's going to happen? What's your response to another shooting, another mass tragedy? And there's frustration, I think, that they can't get something done. The other thing I know for sure is that this time does feel a little bit different. This time the conversation has lasted weeks. It has lasted nearly a month at this point, and so that's different. People on Capitol Hill are also very impressed with the young people here. This makes a difference, that it's students making this conversation happen, and that is not lost on senators and representatives up on the Hill. Libby and Hannah?
Thanks so much, Jordan. So as you can see behind us, it looks like things might be kicking off any moment. We're going to, over the next few hours, try to bring you that feed of the programming of the March for Our Lives as uninterrupted as possible.
And we'll be on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we'll be bringing updates on Twitter, and we're also at WashingtonPost.com. And if there are breaks, we can talk to you more about what's happening, check in with some of the students, but really our goal is for you to just watch and experience the March for Our Lives. One of the first groups up is going to be the Cardinal Sheehan School Choir. It's a group from Baltimore. Their video went viral of them singing Rise Up just last fall, and they're going to be getting to perform that with Andra Day and also with Common. And the mood right now, Hannah, is pumped. It's like a lot of loud music playing, a lot of people who have a ton of energy, but as soon as those students start to sing with Andra Day and with Common, it's going to set a real tone. It's going to set a tone of motivation, sort of sobriety, and it's going to be sort of a calming moment to focus everyone.
Washington, D.C. is, of course, the site of some of the most historic marches in American history, which we will see if this gains that status as well, and if any of the speeches that we hear today are going to become legendary the way that we know speeches that happened from the March on Washington and previous marches. The tone here is a combination of so many things. There is, obviously, you can hear music that is playing while we're waiting for the programming to begin. Some people are dancing earlier to stay warm. Now people are trying to cool off. They've been here since before we got here at 7 a.m. And people are really dedicated. They're packed in, and because of the scope of the march, it's not so much a march as a rally. People are mostly staying still because it's just so crowded. People are so tightly packed in.
Yeah, we expect the program to begin in just a few minutes, but I want to go over some of the stats that have brought us here today. Our colleagues put together a year-long study that showed that 187,000 students are affected by violence in schools, gun violence in schools, and that means not just people who are victims, but actually those who witness it. And we were hearing one family talk about their kids, a mom talking about her child doing active shooter drills. Even the process of going through an active shooter drill can be traumatic for a student who thinks their life might be in jeopardy, Hannah.
So over 187,000 students were calculated by the Post to have been affected by a school shooting of some kind or another. That could mean a mass shooting, that can mean a drive-by, something that happened on campus during school hours. And it's a thing that we perhaps think less about is how traumatic that can be and how people can carry that trauma for years. And seeing that now Columbine survivors are in their 30s and are 35 and have kids of their own and are suddenly dealing with and confronting the trauma they have previously dealt with.
Looks like the rally is about to begin, so let's take you now live to the March for Our Lives.
Hey, 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 1, 2. Hey, hey.
One minute and 20 seconds. We gon' walk it out. Mountains, yeah. And our eyes like the day. Our eyes aren't afraid. Our eyes and I'd do it 1,000 times again. For you. Silence isn't quiet, and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe. And I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll take the world to its feet. Move mountains, bring it to its feet. And our eyes like the day. Our eyes aren't afraid. Our eyes up, and I do it 1,000 times again. For that we have each other, and for that we have each other. Yeah, we'll rise, we'll rise, we'll rise. I'll rise up, rise like the day. I will rise 1,000 times again. And we'll rise up. I like the waves. We'll rise up. Spot of the ache. We'll rise up. And we'll do it 1,000 times again.
All right, God bless y'all. Okay, from Rise Up to what you guys are doing today, stand up, because we won't stand for this anymore. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Please give it up for the Baltimore Choir. I should have done a longer intro.
You can have all the money in your hands, all the possessions anyone can ever have, but it's all worthless treasure. True worth is only measured not by what you got, but what you got in your heart. You can have everything, but what does it mean? It all means nothing. You don't stand up for something, and I stand up for you. Self-respect, dignity, that's how you go. Bring it that all you need, and without that, you don't
Love, lift your hands. I stand with you cause I understand. Ain't here to
the judge just to take a stand. The greater plans, the creator's plan. Let's all rise like the day began. Reach out and touch with the Savior's hand. On rock we stand like it's native land. Let the ways of love be the ways of man. These days we dance between love and hate. Don't know the date, so we stay awake. A knee we take for our soul's sake. New victory off of old faith. A president that trolls for hate. He don't control our fate because God is great. When they go low, we stay in the heights. I stand for peace, love, and women's rights. Gun violence, against gun violence.
God bless.
God bless.
911, what's your emergency? Stoneman Douglas High School. Please, what's going on? Who? We see shooting at us, please. Please, I'm begging you, please.
Breaking news, the police say that a shooter, believed to be just 19 years old, opened fire at his former high school. A heartbreaking day in Florida, and sadly an all too familiar one.
How many more students are going to have to die just because politicians refuse to take action?
This has happened so many times, and so many times all we get are thoughts and prayers.
I can only say tonight that the prayers of the American people are with you. Hearts go out and our prayers go out.
I come to offer the love and prayers of a nation.
Here at the White House, the victims and families have constantly been in our thoughts and prayers.
The adults let us down. At this point, they're going to be gone by midterm election because you are either with us or against us at this point.
High school students are refusing to let thoughts and prayers be the end of the story.
Students are expected to walk out of their schools.
There are hundreds of students coming outside
here. Point out that these are student-organized events, really powered by social media.
Starting to realize, wait, why is no one in Washington doing anything?
We're children. You guys are the adults. You need to take some action.
I don't want to do this gun control discussion right now. This is not the time to have the discussion.
This is not the time for this.
It's not the time.
The shooter at our school obtained weapons that he used on us legally.
I do not think that he should have gotten his hands on any kind of weapon.
If you think it's too easy to get a gun, do something about it. Make it not easier to get a gun.
We know that this type of weapon has been used in other shootings.
We want privatized selling to be completely reformed, so you can't just walk into a building with $130 and walk out with an AR-15.
We're tired of being killed!
How is it that easy to buy this type of weapon?
It's not the weapon. It's the evil from within. Thoughts and prayers are really the only thing that's going to stop the evil from within the individual.
Today, the students of Stoneman Douglas stormed the Florida State Capitol for the second day in a row.
They can walk around any question they want, but the more they don't act, the more they don't deserve to be in office.
These kids who are fighting their hearts out, who are showing us what makes America great, they will take care of it if no one else does.
Senator Rubio, can you tell me right now that you will not accept a single donation from the NRA?
Do we allow the children to tell us that we should pass a law that says no homework? No. The adults make the laws because we have the wisdom and we have the experience.
Politicians, we call BS.
We will accept nothing less than comprehensive gun control.
We can't say thoughts and prayers for 2 weeks and then have it go away until the next school shooting comes up because this is real.
Before beginning today, I'd like to take a moment to again send our thoughts and prayers
Good afternoon. To the leaders, skeptics, and cynics who told us to sit down and stay silent, wait your turn. Welcome to the revolution. It is a powerful and peaceful one because it is of, by, and for the young people of this country. My name is Cameron Kasky. Since this movement began, people have asked me, do you think any change is going to come from this? Look around. We are the change. Everybody here is standing with the future of our society, and for that, I thank you. My generation, having spent our entire lives seeing mass shooting after mass shooting, has learned that our voices are powerful and our votes matter. We must educate ourselves and start conversations that keep our country moving forward, and we will. We hereby promise to fix the broken system we've been forced into and create a better world for the generations to come. Don't worry, we've got this. The people of this country now see past the lies. We've seen this narrative before. For the first time, the corrupt aren't controlling our story. We are. The corrupt aren't manipulating the facts. We know the truth. Shooting after shooting, the American people now see one thing they all have in common: the weapons. Politicians, either represent the people or get out. The people demand a law banning the sale of assault weapons. The people demand we prohibit the sale of high-capacity magazines. The people demand universal background checks. Stand for us or beware, the voters are coming. On February 14th, tragedy struck my hometown and my school, Marjory Stoneman Douglas High. Alyssa Al-Hadef, Scott Beagle, Martin Duque Anguiano, Aaron Feist, Jamie Guttenberg, Chris Hickson, Luke Hoyer, Kara Loughran, Gina Montaldo, Joaquin Oliver, Elena Petty, Meadow Pollock, Helena Ramsey, Alex Schachter, Carmen Schentrup, Peter Wang, and Nicholas Dworet all lost their lives in less than 7 minutes. And I saved Nicholas for the end because today is Nicholas's birthday. Nicholas, we are all here for you. Happy birthday. Their families endured great pain. Many others were injured, and thousands of young people, my classmates, were forced to become adults and were targeted as adults. We have to do this for them. We must stand beside those we've lost and fix the world that betrayed them. This doesn't just happen in schools. Americans are being attacked in churches, nightclubs, movie theaters, and on the streets. But we, the people, can fix this. For the first time in a long while, I look forward 10 years and I feel hope. I see light. I see a system I'll be proud of, but it all starts with you. The march is not the climax of this movement, it is the beginning. It is the springboard off of which my generation and all who stand with us will jump into a safer future. Today is a bad day for tyranny and corruption. Today, we take to the streets in over 800 marches around the globe and demand common sense gun laws. Today is the beginning of a bright new future for this country. And if you think today is good, just wait for tomorrow. We must protect, educate, and inspire the future. And everybody here is proof that we will do that, and the future is looking very bright for this country. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I want to start off with a chant. Everybody repeat after me. Everyday shootings are everyday problems. No, that was a little weak, everybody. I need stronger than that. Everyday shootings are everyday problems. Now, make sure everybody in Washington hears us. Everyday shootings are everyday problems. My name is Trevon Bosley, and I'm here with the brave youth leaders of St. Sabina, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Chicago's youth who are surrounded and affected by gun violence every day. I'm here to speak for those youth who fear they may be shot while going to the gas station, the movies, the bus stop, to church, or even to and from school. I'm here to speak for those Chicago youth who feel their voices have been silenced for far too long. And I'm here to speak on behalf of everyone that believes a child getting shot and killed in Chicago or any other city is still a not acceptable norm. Most importantly, I'm here to speak on behalf of my brother, Terrell Bosley, who was shot and killed while leaving church April 4, 2006. Just to give you guys a few stats from Chicago, since 2006, there have been more than 5,850 people shot and killed in Chicago. And since 2012, there have been more than 16,000 people shot. Now, let me repeat that one more time. Since 2006, there have been more than 5,850 people shot and killed in Chicago. And since 2012, there have been more than 16,000 people shot in Chicago. These stats are not just numbers in a speech. These are mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters on a societal proportion. These are lawyers, doctors, artists, musicians. And more than anything else, these are lives cut short due to senseless gun violence. I must add, though, Chicago's violence epidemic didn't start overnight. It was caused by many problems that we are still not dealing with to this day. When you have a city that feels it's more important to help pay for a college's sports complex rather than fund schools and impoverished communities, you have gun violence. When you have a city that feels we need more divvy bikes in downtown Chicago for tourists rather than more funding for workforce programs that get guys off the streets real jobs, you have gun violence. When you have an Illinois state governor, Bruce Rauner, who feels that funding anti-violence programs is, I quote, non-essential spending, you have gun violence. When you have elected officials who feel that getting a few extra dollars from the NRA is more important than their actual constituents, you have gun violence. And when you have a president that would rather constantly talk about and belittle Chicago's violence than rather than send funds and resources, you have gun violence. It's time for the nation to realize gun violence is more than just a Chicago problem or a Parkland problem, but it's an American problem. We are here demanding that this country, we are here demanding that we get what we as these people of this country deserve. We deserve a right to have a life of fear without fear of being gunned down. We can only live in this so often called the American dream if we have the proper gun legislation and resources to do so. And in Chicago's case, no more frivolous spending on tourist attractions, but rather we need to spend on the people that actually live there. It's time to care about all communities equally. It's time to stop judging some communities as worthy and some communities as unworthy. It's time to stop judging youth that look like me or my brother that come from impoverished communities any different than anyone else. It's time for America to notice that everyday shootings are everyday problems. I'll close with this quote by Martin Luther King Jr., which said, "We must accept finite disappointment, but never lose infinite hope." I said this to say, no matter the hurdles we may face along this journey, we must remain hopeful and we must continue to stand together and fight for the lives that we deserve. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My speech. We're good. Okay. My name is Delaney Tarr, and I'm here today because I am a Marjory Stoneman Douglas student. However, I am not here today for the media. I'm not here for the crowds, as great as you all are, for the fame, or for the fun. I'm here on this stage today, and I'm here working every day for my 17 fellow Eagles pronounced dead because of gunfire. I am here for every person that has died at the hands of gun violence, and for the many more whose lives were irreparably changed because of it. I hope that is why we are all here, because this is more than just a march. This is more than just one day, one event, then moving on. This is not a mere publicity stunt, a single day in the span of history. This is a movement. This is a movement relying on the persistence and the passion of its people. We cannot move on. If we move on, the NRA and those against us will win. They want us to forget. They want our voices to be silenced, and they want to retreat into the shadows where they can remain unnoticed. They want to be back on top, unquestioned in their corruption. But we cannot and we will not let that happen. Today and every day, we will continue to fight for those things that are right. We will continue to fight for common sense. We will continue to fight for our lives. We will continue to fight for our dead friends. There will be no faltering, no pauses in our cause. Every moment will be dedicated to those pieces of legislation. Every march, every meeting, every moment. All for that assault weapons ban, to keep these weapons of war out of the hands of civilians who do not need them. All for the prohibition of high-capacity magazines, because no hunter will ever need access to a magazine that can kill 17 in mere minutes. All for the reinforcement of background checks and closing of loopholes, because there must be more requirement for a person to access a gun than just a wad of cash. There are so very many things, so many steps to take. Like right now, sign our petition. It takes 2 seconds, and it matters. We will take the big, and we will take the small, but we will keep fighting. When they give us that inch, that bump stock ban, we will take a mile. We are not here for breadcrumbs, we are here for real change. We are here to lead. We are here to call out every single politician, to force them into enacting this legislation, to addressing this legislation, to doing more than a simple Band-Aid on a broken bone. The pressure is on for every person in power, and it will stay that way. Because they know what is coming. They know that if there is no assault weapons ban passed, then we will vote them out. They know that if there is no tightening of the background checks, we will vote them out. They know that if there is no shrinking of magazine capacity, then we will vote them out. If they continue to ignore us, to only pretend to listen, then we will take action where it counts. We will take action every day in every way until they simply cannot ignore us anymore. Today, we march, we fight, we roar. We prepare our signs, we raise them high. We know what we want, we know how to get it, and we are not waiting any longer. Thank you.
Teachers and students, this is a lockdown drill.
Even if it's a drill, when it's brought to your home, it makes it more real.
We heard gunshots, so we started thinking it was real.
We would try to run away from the attacker or anything outside of the campus.
I start to think, what if this would happen?
It really brought the reality of the situation to us, I think.
This is my 10th one. So, but the weird thing is, it gets me every time.
This kind of emergency training should not need to happen in our schools. Since the massacre at Columbine High School, more than 150,000 students in at least 170 elementary, middle, and high schools have experienced a shooting. Too many have died, been injured, and 40% develop post-traumatic stress disorder. This senseless gun violence reigns terror in our schools, on our streets, and in our homes. Every day on average, 96 Americans die, and 7 of those lives are children and teens. At least 40% of young people in cities say that they have witnessed a shooting. The presence of a gun in a domestic violence situation makes it 5 times more likely that the woman will be killed. This is an epidemic, and this is why we march. Enough is enough. It's time for a change. Never again.
Thank you so much for having me, and I'm so excited to be here with all of you, sharing our voices so we can be heard together.
are crying, I am watching, catching teardrops in my hands. Only silence as it's ending, like we never had a chance. Do you have to make me feel like there's nothing left of me? You can take everything I have. You can break everything I am, like I'm made of glass, like I'm made of paper, and go on and try to tear me down. I will be rising from the ground like a skyscraper, like a skyscraper. As the smoke, I awaken and untangle you from me. Would it make you feel better to watch me while I bleed? All my windows still are broken, but I'm standing on my feet. You can take everything I have. You can break everything I am, like I'm made of glass, like I'm made of paper, and go on and try to tear me down. I will be rising from the ground like a skyscraper, like a skyscraper. Oh, run, 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 I'm gonna stay right here, watch it disappear. Yeah, oh, go run, 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 it's a long way down. So till the clouds appear, you can take everything I have. You can break everything I am, like I'm made of glass, like I'm made of glass, like I'm made of paper. Go on and try to tear me down. I will be rising from the ground like a skyscraper, like a skyscraper. Like a skyscraper. Like a skyscraper. MSD strong. Thank you.
We've had enough of the lies,
The sanctimony, the hatred, the pettiness,
the arrogance,
the ignorance,
the fake news.
the NRA.
We are done with your agenda to undermine voters' will and individual liberty in America.
We are done with your agenda to undermine the safety of our nation's youth and the individual voices of the American people.
So to every line member of the media,
To everyone with an A+ rating from the National Rifle Association,
to the role model athletes who use their free speech to alter and undermine what our flag represents,
to every spokeswoman with an hourglass who uses their free speech to alter and undermine what our flag represents.
To the politicians who would rather watch America burn than lose 1 ounce of their own personal power.
To the politicians who would rather watch America's youth die than get assault rifles off the shelves.
To those who stain honest reporting with partisanship.
To those who call high school students paid crisis actors and refuse to listen.
Your time is running out.
Your time is running out.
The clock starts now.
The clock starts now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah Chadwick, and I'm a junior at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. This here, $1.05. When you take 3,140,167, the number of students enrolled in Florida schools, and divide it by 3,303,355, the amount of money Marco Rubio has received from the National Rifle Association. It comes out to $1.05. Is that all we're worth to these politicians? $1.05? Was $17.85 all it cost you that day, Mr. Rubio? Well, I say one life is worth more than all the guns in America. This is not a red versus blue issue. This is a morals issue. And to the politicians that believe that their right to own a gun comes before our lives, get ready to get voted out by us, the future. We will not allow a price to be put upon our lives. We will no longer be hunted down and treated like prey by politicians who simply just don't care about us. We are fighting. We have been fighting. We've been fighting since Columbine, since Sandy Hook, since Pulse, since Las Vegas. And we will continue to fight until we put a stop to gun violence in America. Because we are no longer a statistic in this country. We will not be treated like a statistic in this country. My school, Pulse, every other mass shooting will no longer be a statistic because we're going to put an end to those statistics and we will never stop fighting. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. My name is Edna Lisbeth Chavez, and I am from South Los Angeles, California, el sur de Los Angeles. I am a 17-year-old senior at Manual Arts High School and a member of an organization called Community Coalition, where I am a youth leader at South Central Youth Empowered Through Action. At Community Coalition, we organize high school students to develop their leadership skills in order to push for educational justice in our communities. That's why I got involved. I wanted to impact policies and make sure our voices are heard. I am a youth leader. I am a survivor. I have lived in South LA my entire life and have lost many loved ones to gun violence. This is normal. Normal to the point that I've learned to duck from bullets before I learned how to read. My brother, he was in high school when he passed away. It was a day like any other day. Sunset going down on South Central. You hear pops thinking they're fireworks. They weren't pops. You see the melanin on your brother's skin turn gray. Ricardo was his name. Can y'all say it with me? I lost more than my brother that day. I lost my hero. I also lost my mother, my sister, and myself to that trauma and that anxiety. If the bullet did not kill me, that anxiety and that trauma will. I carry that trauma everywhere I go. I carry it with me in schools, in class, walking home, and visiting loved ones. And I am not alone in this experience. For decades, my community of South Los Angeles has become accustomed to this violence. It is normal to see candles. It is normal to see posters. It is normal to see balloons. It is normal to see flowers honoring the lives of Black and brown youth that have lost their lives to a bullet. How can we cope with it when our school district has its own police department? Instead of making Black and brown students feel safe, they continue to profile and criminalize us. Instead, we should have a department specializing in restorative justice. We need to tackle the root causes of the issues we face and come to an understanding on how to resolve them. I am here to honor the Florida students that lost their lives and to stand with the Parkland students. I am here today to honor Ricardo. I am here today to honor Stephen Clark. I am here today to uplift my South LA community. Enough is enough. Question: how many more children have to die so that this problem is finally acknowledged? Policymakers, listen up. Army teachers will not work. More security in our schools does not work. Zero tolerance policies do not work. They make us feel like criminals. We should feel empowered and supported in our schools. Instead of funding these policies, fund mentorship programs, mental health resources, paid internship and job opportunities. My brother, like many others, would have benefited from this. So let's make it happen. It's important to work with people that are impacted by these issues, the people you represent. We need to focus on changing the conditions that foster violence and trauma. And that's how we will transform our communities and uplift our voices. This has not and shall not stop us. It has only empowered us. Mi nombre, my name, is Edna Lisbeth Chavez. Remember my name? Remember these faces. Remember us and how we're making a change. La lucha sigue. Gracias y bendiciones.
My name is Alex Wynn. I'm a junior at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. In the wake of the tragedy on February 14th, we, as students, as youths, decided that if adults weren't going to take action, we would. No gun-related legislation has been passed in this country since 2008. 10 years ago. Since 2008, there have been at least 95 mass shootings in this country, and hundreds and thousands more just senseless violence on the cities of our nation, and cities like Miami, Chicago, and Baltimore. It needs to stop. People believe that the youth of this country are insignificant. People believe that the youths have no voice. When Joan of Arc fought back English forces, she was 17 years old. When Mozart wrote his first symphony, he was 8 years old. To those people that tell us that teenagers can't do anything, I say that we were the only people that could have made this movement possible. Together, we will use our voices to make sure that our schools, churches, movie theaters, and concerts, and our streets become safer without having them feel like prisons. If teachers start packing heat, are they gonna arm our pastors, ministers, and rabbis? Are they gonna arm the guy scanning tickets at the movie theater? Are they gonna arm the person wearing the Mickey Mouse costume at Disney? This is what the National Rifle Association wants, and we will not stand for it. We would not need metal detectors and clear backpacks and more weapons in our streets if there weren't weapons of war in the hands of civilians. For too long, our government has been useless on this issue. Our job as their constituents is to make sure we know what they're thinking. There are over 250 representatives that have not come out with a public stance on this issue. It is our job to make sure that we call them up and force them out of the shadows of corruption and into the light of justice. As teens, people think that we don't like to wait around for things, and they're sometimes right. A lot of you are probably wondering, what now? Now, we need to come together on all fronts and push aside those that divide us. Now we need to get on the phone and call our representatives and push them to stop incumbency and take action.
Now we need to educate ourselves on which politicians are truly working for the people and which ones we want to vote out. Because at the end of the day, bullets do not discriminate, so why should we? It is not about your race. It is not about your sexual orientation. It is not about your ethnicity. It is not about your gender. It is not about where you live or how much money you make. And it most certainly is not about political party. All it comes down to is life or death. To all the politicians out there, if you take money from the NRA, you have chosen death. If you have not expressed to your constituents a public stance on this issue, you have chosen death. If you do not stand with us by saying we need to pass common sense gun legislation, you have chosen death. And none of the millions of people marching in this country today will stop until they see those against us out of office, because we choose life. Thank you, I love you all.
97% of American voters want universal background checks for gun sales. People can buy weapons of war from the back of an SUV and no one is checking as to whether or not they have a restraining order, criminal record, or a history of violence. An estimated 22% of all gun transfers take place without a background check. In the states that go beyond federal law and require background checks for all handgun sales, there are 47% fewer women shot by intimate partners, 47% fewer suicides, and 53% fewer law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty. Waiting periods work too, and new red flag laws create a way for family members and law enforcement to keep guns away from someone who shows warning signs of violence. Let's do this. Enough is enough. It's time for a change. Never again.
We may not yet have reached our glory, but I will gladly join the fight. And when our children tell their story, they'll tell the story of tonight. They'll tell the story of tonight.
Have you ever felt like nobody was there? Have you ever felt forgotten in the middle of nowhere? Have you ever felt like you could disappear? Like you could fall and no one would hear you?
Well, let that lonely feeling wash away.
All we see is light.
'Cause maybe there's a reason to believe you'll be okay. 'Cause when you don't feel strong enough to stand, you can reach out your hand. And
raise a glass to freedom, something they can never take away. No matter what they tell you,
someone will come running to take you home.
Raise a glass to all of us.
Tomorrow there'll be more of us,
telling the story of tonight.
Out of the shadows, the morning is breaking, and all is new. All is new.
It's only a matter of time. Even when the dark comes crashing through, when you need a friend to carry you, when you're broken on the ground, you will be found. So let the sun come streaming in, 'cause you'll reach up and you'll rise again. If you only look around, you will be found. And when our children tell their story, you will be found. They'll tell the story of tonight. No matter what they tell you, tomorrow there'll be more of us telling the story of tonight. The story of tonight. We love you, don't give up.
Thank you. Enough is enough.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zion Kelly, and I'm a senior at Thurgood Marshall Academy here in Washington, D.C. I'm here to represent the hundreds and the hundreds of thousands of students who live every day in constant paranoia and fear on their way to and from school. At this moment, please raise your hand if you have been affected by gun violence to honor the ones you have lost. Today, I raise my hand in honor of my twin brother, Zaire Kelly. Zaire was shot on September 20th, 2017, on his way home from a competitive college counseling after-school program called College Bound. Zaire had the personality that would light up the room. He was energetic and full of dreams and aspirations. He was our team captain on the track team. He was running for student government president, and he was a youth council member. He aspired to be a forensic scientist and attend Florida A&M University for undergrad. Zaire was also the best dresser I knew with the most style. He was a person, a leader, an aspirer, not just another statistic. I was in contact with Zaire while he was walking home, texting him and calling him all through the night. About 20 to 30 minutes went by, and I became worried because the walk alone doesn't even take 30 minutes. I left my room to ask my mom where he was, until I saw flashing blue and red lights outside my window. I told my parents that there were police cars and an ambulance on our street. We rushed outside, discovering that it was Zaire. That night, on September 20th, a robber with a gun was lurking on my streets for hours. On my walk home, he attempted to rob me, but I ran. Though he had an ankle monitor on, and he was supposed to be monitored by the police, he was still able to obtain a gun illegally and lurk in my streets and take my brother's life. He shot my brother in the head, and we'll be Once we arrived to the hospital, he was pronounced dead. From the time we were born, we shared everything, including initials. I spent time with him every day because we went to the same school, shared the same friends, and we even shared the same room. Can you imagine how it would be to lose someone that close to you? Sadly, too many of my friends and peers can. This school year alone, my school lost 2 students to senseless gun violence, Paris Brown and my brother Zaire Kelly. This year alone, in January, there were 6 students killed under the age of 19 by guns here in Washington, D.C. In my brother's name, my family is proposing the Zaire Kelly Public Safety Zone Amendments Act of 2018. This act aims to create safe passage zones for students to and from schools and other activities by expanding the definition of a student. With this amendment, a student would be defined by any person enrolled in a public and private daycare center, elementary school, vocational school, secondary school, a college, junior college, or university. It expands gun-free zones to include recreation centers. This amendment means that every student in Washington, D.C. will carry the protection of my brother's name, ensuring safety as they travel to and from school in our city. My name is Zion Kelly, and just like all of you, I have had enough.
First off, I'm going to start off by putting this price tag right here as a reminder for you guys to know how much Marco Rubio took for every student's life in Florida. $1.05. Okay. The cold grasp of corruption shackles the District of Columbia. The winter is over. Change is here. The sun shines on a new day, and the day is ours. For the first-time voters show up 18% of the time at midterm elections. Not anymore. Now, who here is going to vote in the 2018 election? If you listen real close, you can hear the people in power shaking. They've gotten used to being protective of their position, choosing the safety of inaction. Inaction is no longer safe, and to that we say, no more. 96 people die every day from guns in our country, yet most representatives have no public stance on guns. And to that, we say, no more. We are going to make this the voting issue. We're going to take this to every election, to every state and every city. We're going to make sure the best people get in our elections to run, not as politicians, but as Americans. Because this is not cutting it. When people try to suppress your vote, and there are people who stand against you because you're too young, we say no more. When politicians say that your voice doesn't matter because the NRA owns them, we say no more. When politicians send their thoughts and prayers with no action, we say no more. And to those politicians supported by the NRA that allow the continued slaughter of our children and our future, I say get your resumes ready. Today is the beginning of spring, and tomorrow is the beginning of democracy. Now is the time to come together, not as Democrats, not as Republicans, but as Americans. Americans of the same flesh and blood that care about one thing and one thing only, and that's the future of this country and the children that are going to lead it. Now, They will try to separate us in demographics. They will try to separate us by religion, race, congressional district, and class. They will fail. We will come together. We will get rid of these public servants that only serve the gun lobby. And we will save lives. You are those heroes. Lastly, let's put the USA over the NRA. This is the start of the spring and the blossoming of our democracy. So let's take this to our local legislators, and let's take this to midterm elections, because without the persistent heat, without the persistence of voters and Americans everywhere getting out to every election, democracy will not flourish, but it can and it will. So I say to those politicians that say change will not come, I say we will not stop until every man, every woman, every child, and every American can live without fear of gun violence. And to that I say, no more. Thank you, I love you all. God bless all of you, and God bless America. We can and we will change the world.
Hi. My name is Naomi, and I'm 11 years old. Me and my friend Carter led a walkout at our elementary school on the 14th. We walked out for 18 minutes, adding a minute to honor Cortland Arrington, an African-American girl who was the victim of gun violence in her school in Alabama after the Parkland shooting. I am here today to represent Cortland Arrington. I am here today to represent Hadia Pendleton. I am here today to represent Tiana Thompson, who at just 16 was shot dead in her home here in Washington, D.C. I am here today to acknowledge and represent the African-American girls whose stories don't make the front page of every national newspaper. Whose stories don't lead on the evening news. I represent the African-American women who are victims of gun violence, who are simply statistics instead of vibrant, beautiful girls that full of potential. It is my privilege to be here today. I am indeed full of privilege. My voice has been heard. I am here to acknowledge their stories, to say they matter, to say their names, because I can, and I was asked to be. For far too long, these names, these black girls and women, have been just numbers. I'm here to say never again for those girls too. I am here to say that everyone should value those girls too. People have said that I am too young to have these thoughts on my own. People have said that I am a tool of some nameless adult. It's not true. My friends and I might still be 11, and we might still be in elementary school, but we know life isn't equal for everyone, and we know what is right and wrong. We also know that we stand in the shadow of the Capitol, and we know that we have 7 short years until we too have the right to vote. So I am here today to honor the words of Toni Morrison. If there is a book that you want to read but it hasn't been written yet, you must be the one to write it. I urge everyone here and everyone who hears my voice to join me in telling the stories that aren't told. to honor the girls, the women of color who were murdered at disproportionate rates in this nation. I urge each of you to help me write the narrative for this world and understand so that these girls and women are never forgotten. Thank you.
Look, it's really hard to get your driver's license, adopt a pet, or get a credit card. But if you're 18 and you want to go out and buy an AR-15 in too many states, that's no problem. Go to a gun show in about 32 states, and you can have one in about 1 hour. We can't even buy a beer until we're 21. That makes no sense. These semi-automatic weapons were designed for war, not to hunt or shoot clays. They aren't cool toys. They're designed to kill people. 11 mass shootings were committed by men 21 and under. Many used handguns with huge rounds of ammo, and 2 used an AR-15. By raising the buying age to 21, we might have saved those lives. Enough is enough. It is time for a change. Never again.
I'm Maya, and I'm 16 years old, and I'm in a creative writing program through After School Matters in Chicago. I just want to take this time and personally thank all of you for coming out here and letting me share this amazing opportunity with you guys. Thank you so much. I'm here because I have been personally affected by the lack of gun control, and I believe guns have taken over the minds of individuals who want an easy way out of their dilemma. Chicago goes through this every day, and you don't realize how much of a toll it is taking on our city until you see it in our communities. You see it on someone you know. You see it on someone like me. Freshman year in high school, I wanted to get some things for the store for my mom because she was sick. I remember pulling on all these clothes and going out in 10 or so degree weather. It was so cold. Get to the store, grabbing all this stuff, thinking maybe she needs this, maybe she needs that, and finally getting into line. This guy in front of me all of a sudden gets upset because he didn't have enough money to pay for the things that he wanted to buy. He gets out of line and starts trashing the store, throwing everything over the floor, pushing carts, just making a fool out of himself. So finally, when I check out, I walk to the door and I'm ready to go when I hear a scream and a bang. I turn around and see he's grabbing all this stuff, pushing it into every crevice of his body, trying to grab as much as he can. When he finally turns to me, he comes towards me and I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe, I couldn't talk, I couldn't think. All I remember is seeing dark jeans coming towards me. He pulls out this silver pistol and points it in my face and said these words that to this day haunt me and give me nightmares. He said, "If you said anything, I will find you." And yet I'm still saying something today. Guns have long scared our children, corrupted our adults, and publicly silenced our government. Guns have become the voice of America, and the government is becoming more negligent by this predicament by the day. Join me in sharing my pain and my anger. Help us by screaming to the government that we are tired of crying for help to a group of people that have turned their backs on us, despite their reassurance of making our country safer. Help us by screaming as loud as you can that we're tired of being forced under the rug. We're tired of seeing the faces of victims exposed on screens who was stolen from us too fast to even understand what and why it happened. Help us by sharing our stories to those who turned a blind eye and became deaf to our pleas for control. Help us by honoring those who will never have a chance to contribute the turn of our nation. Help us by vociferating the voices of those who are too oppressed to even speak for themselves. Together, we can make sure that what happened to me, the students in Parkland, and to the individuals who stand here now does not repeat itself to other people. We deserve safer schools, safer classrooms, safer streets, and a safer place for us to learn and survive. We deserve better because I believe that we are the future. And we must act upon this civil inflicted war while we still can. The new generation depends on our actions, and we must deliver them effectively and as one. We are the turn of this century. We are the voice for change. We are the pieces to fix what America is falling short on. Make it happen.
We've obviously heard from students, not just from Parkland, from the high school where the shooting took place last month, but we're hearing from students from around the country, including from right here in Washington, D.C., who've been impacted by gun violence. And that's one of the intents of the organizers, is to mix it up, to be inclusive and make sure that Americans know it's not just the students of Parkland.
To Cynthia Clements and all the unarmed black men and women killed by police weapons. Until all of us are free, none of us will be free.
To the pains of each other. One thing I believe I can learn, to see my enemy as my brother. We could be free, truly, and love could wash away all the sorrow. I'm not afraid to bleed if it means we make a better today, not tomorrow. One day I dream of telling my mama, you ain't gotta work no more. Same for my father, born in Ghana, down on that dirt road floor. Far as he came, I can't complain. Pain is so subjective, spend so much time counting issues. I forget to count my blessings. Watch my cousins back at home, getting water out of well, while I watch my brothers stacking stone, whipping water by the scale, trying to get a meal. On the other side, they ain't got a meal. We don't recognize we in heaven, so we think it's hell. It's been getting kinda hard for me to tell. Sometimes I wake up and I look up in the sky, asking why I'm alive when so many brothers die. But my pride won't let me give up, Lord, as hard as I try. In those times I try to remember that we could be free. Yeah. If we only knew we were slaves to the pains of each other. One thing I believe, if I could learn to see my enemy as my brother, we could be free, truly, and love could wash away all the sorrow. I'm not afraid to bleed if it means we make a better today, not tomorrow. I don't wanna wait for the afterlife. I don't wanna vigil by candlelight. I don't wanna be the new sacrifice. I don't wanna turn into a poltergeist, be a ghost at night full of broken dreams. Mama crying at an open casket, cold as ice. Suit 3 pieces, all dressed up for Sunday masses. Pastors say put faith in God, but faith alone can't make things right. Politicians send thoughts and prayers, but thoughts and prayers can't save our lives. Parkland or Baton Rouge, police shootings in the schools. Why? I feel like Jada Kiss every time I watch the news. What the fuck I got to lose? So I'm down to bleed if it means things improve. Fools saying all lives matter, but these kids' lives they refuse to include. Blocked from the polls, locked in the hood where the cops keep flowing and blood keeps flowing and Congress keeps on doing nothing. Sometimes I wake up and I look up in the sky, asking why I survived all the days that I could have died. Who am I in my place to contemplate suicide? In those times I try to remember we could be free, truly, if we know we were slaves to the pains of each other. One thing I believe, if I could learn to see my enemy as my brother, we could be free, we could be free, and love could wash away all the sorrow. I'm not afraid to bleed, I'm not afraid to bleed, if it makes us better today, not tomorrow.
Thank you. My name is Vic Mensa. Y'all killed it.
Good afternoon. I'm joined by Brenna Levitan, Michael Solomon, and Nate Tinbite, founding members of MoCo for Gun Control. My name is Matt Post. I'm a 12th grader and the student member of the board for Montgomery County, Maryland. You and I gather in a time of moral crisis for our country. We stand at a moment when our nation's laws are not guided by what is right or wrong, not by what is morally sound for the many, but instead is limited by the insatiable greed of a few. In their greed, the gun lobby and their politicians have tried to deflect and distract us. They've tried to twist what is so clearly a gun issue into anything else. But we won't fall for it. We know that to only focus on school safety instead of American safety is to dismiss the thousands of tragedies in between the massacres. It ignores the people, disproportionately people of color, who die by bullet without even making a headline. Yet our politicians still lack the compassion to act. And when that cold inaction that continues to fuel this endless bloodshed churns and churns, it's not difficult to diagnose the moral health problem of this country. Our nation's politics are sick with soullessness, but make no mistake, we are the cure. Where they choose incrementalism, we choose real change. Where they embrace an extremism of complacency, we embrace an extremism of love. Where they believe in the absolutism of an amendment, we believe in the absolutism of human life. It won't be easy to change things. The immoral, the obstructionists, and the complicit are already lining up to block our path. We're gonna have to have some courage to fix this. It's gonna take some will. So let me ask, is there a will to keep weapons of war off our streets? Is there a will to break the stranglehold of the NRA? Is there a will to bring morality to this country's politics? Then stand up, speak up, register to vote. If we sustain our efforts, if we keep our heads unbowed, who can stop us? If we march today, canvass tomorrow, and vote 227 days from now, we will make this a turning point for our country. And we, the new diverse, inclusive, and compassionate face of America, will lead this country once again down the path of righteousness. Thank you.
the days following the shooting, many students expressed their frustration about one group, the NRA. Dana Loesch is the national spokesperson for the NRA. She is here with us.
They use their media to assassinate real news.
The left has their rigid, radical, anti-gun agenda.
I'm so sick of these elitists looking down on gun owners as if we're just a bunch of rednecks who don't deserve the right to protect and defend ourselves.
They use their schools to teach children that their president is another Hitler.
Hitler took the guns. Stalin took the guns. If you try to take our firearms, doesn't matter how many lemmings you get out there on the street begging for them to have their guns taken. We will not relinquish them.
They use their movie stars and singers and comedy shows and award shows to repeat their narrative over and over again.
What matters is who the enemy is. They're the no-gun people, period.
Listen up. You might have met our fresh-faced flower child president and his weak-kneed Ivy League friends.
Hey, Obama, you might want to suck on one of these, you punk!
The only truly free people who have ever walked this earth have been armed people.
They use their ex-president to endorse the resistance, all to make them march, make them protest, make them scream racism and sexism and xenophobia and homophobia, to smash windows, burn cars, shut down interstates and airports, bully and terrorize the law-abiding.
We see what it's like to be French, German, or Belgian, where innocent people cower in fear as evil closes in, doomed to defend their families with rolling pins and broom handles.
The only way we stop this, the only way we save our country and our freedom is to fight this violence of lies with the clenched fist of truth.
From my cold, dead hands.
The people who say those words to understand one thing. It won't be their hands who end up cold, and it won't be their hands who end up dead. It's ours. The young people of this country. Hello, everyone. My name is Christopher Underwood, and I'm 11 years old and a 6th grader at Eagle Academy at Ocean Hill, Brooklyn, New York. I am also a junior ambassador for Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. On June 27, 2012, my 14-year-old brother, Akil Christopher, was shot while walking home from a high school graduation party at his friend's house. My brother survived for 14 days and died on his 15th birthday, July 10, 2012. At that time, I was only 5 years old. Senseless gun violence took away my childhood, and nothing in my life was ever the same because I no longer have my best friend. Losing my brother gave me the courage to be a voice for my generation. I turned my pain and anger and turned it into action. And started speaking out for Akil, especially for the siblings who have lost their brothers and sisters, and for other children whose voices aren't heard but feel the painful effects of gun violence. I have watched for years as gun violence continues to take a toll on communities across the country. For me, I would like to not worry about dying and focus on math and science and playing basketball with my friends. Don't I deserve to go up? On April 4th, we will remember Martin Luther King Jr. on his 50th anniversary of his death. What we sometimes forget is that he himself was a victim of gun violence. I would like to finish my speech today by honoring Martin Luther King Jr. by remembering his words, which are all as true today as when he was alive. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about the things that matter, and our lives matter." Thank you.
My name is Jacqueline Corin, and I am proud to say that Parkland is my home. Parkland is the heart of this movement. But just as a heart needs blood to pump, my hometown needs the alliance of other communities to properly spread this message. We openly recognize that we are privileged individuals and would not have received as much attention if we weren't for the affluence of our city. Because of that, however, we share the stage today and forever with those who have always stared down the barrel of a gun. This issue is undoubtedly an epidemic that affects communities of all classes, an epidemic that the Center for Disease Control does not have the funds to research. This disease continues to spread, even though we have discovered the cure. But our government officials close their ears because it involves change, a change that does not align with their own agenda. That is why Parkland cannot and will not do this alone. There is strength in numbers, and we need each and every one of you to keep screaming at your own congressman. Don't be scared just because they have senator in front of their name. Our elected officials have seen American after American drop from a bullet. And instead of waking up to protect us, they have been hitting the snooze button. But we're here to shake them awake. Each congressman has a local office in their district, so pay them a visit or organize a town hall. They'll be home for the next 2 weeks for congressional recess. Have them hear you out because they work for us. And if they still won't meet with you, remind them that you invited their opponent, because we all know they'll show up then. We cannot keep America great if we cannot keep America safe. And 96 deaths by firearm every day is not what I would call great. Our First Amendment right is our weapon of war in this, a weapon that should be on our streets, a weapon that cannot kill but can heal. Love will always outweigh the hate, as the universe is on the side of justice. So I need each and every one of you, no matter your age, to continue to fight alongside us, because hearts cannot pump without blood, and I don't want your community to join the ghastly inner circle that mine is now a part of. In the end, we are all fighting for our lives. But we are a great generation, and we'll be the ones to make America safe. Thank you. I actually have a special guest for you guys, so I'm gonna come bring her up.
Renee King, granddaughter of Martin Luther King and Coretta Scott King. My grandfather had a dream that his 4 little children will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream that enough is enough. Should be a gun-free world, period. Will you please repeat these words after me? Spread the word. Have you heard? All across the nation. We are going to be a great generation.
no more see it. That dream I'm dreaming of, there's a voice inside my head saying we'll never reach it. Every step I'm taking and every move I make feels lost with no direction. My faith is shaking, but I gotta keep trying. I gotta keep my head high. 'Cause there's always gonna be another mountain. Always gonna wanna make it move. Always gonna be an uphill battle. And sometimes you're gonna have to lose. It ain't about how fast I get there. It ain't about always waiting on the other side. It's the climb. Sing along, everybody. The struggles I'm facing, you know the words. The chances I'm taking, they sometimes might knock me down, but no, I'm not breaking, and I may not know it, but these are the moments that we're gonna remember most. Yeah, we just gotta keep going, and I got to be strong. We'll just keep pushing on. That's right, 'cause there's always gonna be another mountain. I'm always gonna wanna make it move. There's always gonna be an uphill battle, and sometimes you're gonna have to lose. It ain't about how fast I get there. It ain't about always waiting on the other side. It's a climb. This song has never felt more special. I love hearing you all sing it along with me. Oh yeah. You all are so beautiful and have such beautiful voices. And you do know the words. I'd love to hear you sing along at the top of your lungs. There's always gonna be another mountain. I'm always gonna wanna make it move. There's always gonna be an uphill battle, and sometimes you're gonna have to lose. It ain't about how fast I get there. It ain't about always waiting on the other side. It's the climb. Oh yeah. We're gonna keep on moving, keep climbing, keep the faith, baby. 'Cause it's all about the climb. Keep the faith, keep your faith. Oh. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for being here. I love you all so much. Never again. You guys are so incredible, and I just find myself lucky to be in the presence of all of you wonderful people fighting for what is right. Love you all so much. Thank you.
Since 2007, often the weapon of choice for mass shooters is the AR-15 and similar variants. In 2012, one was used to kill 12 people in a movie theater in Colorado, and 20 elementary school children and 6 teachers. In 2015, one took 14 lives in California. In 2017, one contributed to the deaths of 58 concertgoers in Las Vegas and 26 churchgoers in Texas, and last month, 14 students and 3 teachers in Florida. None of these deaths should have happened. From 1994 until 2004, we banned assault weapons like the AR-15. During that decade, there were 12 gun massacres with 89 deaths. In the 10 years after our leaders in Washington failed to extend it, the numbers climbed to 34 mass shootings with 302 lives lost. Assault weapons are an assault on our future. Nearly 70% of the country supports another ban. Let's get AR-15s and all assault weapons off the street. Enough is enough. It's time for a change. Never again.
I'd like to take it down for a minute here. There might be musicians on this stage, but this is not Coachella. We might have movie stars in the crowd. We might have videos on these screens, but this is not the Oscars. And I don't know if you've been looking, but I don't see any Macy's Day balloons out there. This is real life. This is reality. This is what's happening in our country and around the world today. I'd like to make it real for a minute. February 14th is my sister's birthday. She had to spend that birthday huddled under a desk, holding Lauren Hogg, David's sister, her hand, hoping that she was going to make it home that day. She was premature. She didn't know if she was going to make it at the beginning of her life, and she didn't know if she was going to make it home that day this year. She might have not stared down the shooter's eyes. She might have not even seen him or even known who he was. But he affected her life just as much as everybody else who's spoken on this stage today. And I know a lot of people are out there saying that we need to make America safe again. And I know that we can't. We cannot make America safe again until we arm our teachers. We need to arm our teachers. We need to arm them with pencils, pens, paper, and the money they need. They need that money to support their families and to support themselves before they can support the futures in those classrooms, to support the future that sits down at that desk waiting to learn. And we need to arm our students too. We need to arm them with the facts and the knowledge and the education they need to live in the real world, not just some fantasy, not just something painted out there by the public, by the media. We need them to be armed, and there's only one way to do that. This right here, this connects you to the whole of human information, the whole of human knowledge. It connects you with the click of a button. You can learn anything that I've learned, anything that we've all learned in our journey to this stage right here today. You can learn it just like that. Just go to a website, type it in, and it's there. I've been amazed by what I've seen. I'm amazed that I cannot see the end of this crowd here in DC today. I've been amazed by all of the walkouts that have been taking place over the past 5 weeks. And these walkouts have been criticized. They've been told that it is a disruption to the educational process. And I say to them, the real disruption to the educational process is staring down the barrel of a gun. It's the fact that you can be taking a calculus exam, and then when you're doing that, you have in the back of your head the thought that where's the shooter gonna enter? When's he gonna come in? Where can I hide? We're done hiding. We're done being afraid. We're done being full of fear because it is a waste of our time and it is not living out what our forefathers, what our founding fathers envisioned for this country. Life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. And now I know we march today, but this isn't over. This is the beginning of the end, and from here, we fight. It is time to fight for our lives. And I say there's only one way to do that, We need to rev up society. We need to rev up the engines. We need to rev up America. And we do that through registering to vote. We need to do that through every single walkout. We will be making sure that you can register to vote, pre-register to vote. Then we will educate. We will be going around the country until these elections and therefore after, until we can tell every man, woman, and child in this country what is real, what is going on. And we need to make sure that everyone knows what is actually happening in their backyard and abroad. So we will register, we will educate, and then when it comes down to it, we will vote. They might preach NRA, they might preach GUN, but we're preaching REV. Register, educate, vote. Thank you, and hello, Uncle Myron.
Hi, my name is Alea Eastman, and I am a Parkland survivor. I was in room 1214 studying Holocaust history when bullets started flying in, and I was the third classroom. Today, one of my fellow fallen eagles named Nicholas Doret, it would have been his 18th birthday today, and I dedicate my march to him. But I'm not only here to speak about school shootings. I'm here to speak for the urban communities that have been speaking out about this way before February 14, 2018. Their voices are just as important as ours, and they need to be heard. This is a very important subject, and it needs to change. Although it's been 38 days since the Parkland shooting, nothing has changed, and we need change now. This cannot happen again, and it's going to continue to happen again until we get change. How many more do we need? How many more do we need in schools? How many more do we need in the streets? We need change now, not only in schools, but in urban communities as well. All of our lives are important, and all of our stories need to be heard, no matter what color you are, what school you go to, what neighborhood you live in. 15 years ago, I lost my Uncle Patrick to gun violence in Brooklyn, New York. My mother almost lost her daughter to the same gun violence in Parkland, Florida. This needs to change. We've been fighting for this way too long, and nothing has changed, and we need change now. Yes, I am a Parkland survivor and an MSD student, but before this, I was a regular black girl, and after this, I am still black and I am still regular, and I will fight for all of us.
Hello, beautiful people of America. It is a great day to be here. It is a great day to see all of you here, and I am proud of each and every one of you. And the truth is, I am not here for me. I am here for you. So you don't ever have to fear of getting shot in your own classroom. You don't ever have to wonder if you'll have to see your best friend die next to you. You don't ever have to worry about going into a Holocaust history class to learn about death and then experience it right before your eyes. And this is why, oh my God. And this is why this piece is called Enough. Never did I think I would be herded like cattle by a shower of bullets that left me scarred and rattled, forced to huddle among those who lost their last living breaths on a day that was designated for loves and laughs. I never got to say goodbye. I could barely see out my eyes because I was crying tears and blood at the same time. Barricaded behind those filing cabinets and bookcases that day taught me one thing, and one thing only. Regardless of how much money you pay or how much you pray, if you don't change anything today, your children will no longer stay. So when do we say enough is enough? Day in and day out, our kids are getting shot up. And the moment we speak up, we're scolded that we are not old enough. It is as if we need permission to ask our friends not to die. Lawmakers and politicians will scream guns are not the issue, but can't look me in the eye. I just threw up on international television, and it feels great. We're not asking for a ban, we're asking for compromise. Forget your sides and colors, let's save one another. Use efficient regulation that doesn't make any exception. Close the cracks and loopholes with thorough background checks and psychological evaluation. Protect our schools like we do our other government establishments. Use security protocol and methods that are efficient. And one more request, listen. Our mission is simple, and our ambitions are unbeatable. Let's keep the guns out of the hands of the wrong people and keep them in the hands of the safe and reasonable. So either you can join us or be on the side of history who prioritize their guns over the lives of others. The only way we can do this is in numbers. Let's have our lawmakers reflect our views and address our struggles. Let's stand. Unite with one another. We the people still stands true, so now America, you will have to choose. Will you give up, or is enough enough? Good job.
I have my fix. You have to rub all over yourself. You good?
And I have one more request. Today is March 24th. March for Our Lives, but it is also the birthday of Nick Duarte, someone that I was senselessly murdered in front of me. Today is his birthday. I would like to sing together, Happy Birthday. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Nick. Happy birthday to you. Thank you. Stay beautiful.
I served in the U.S. Army.
I served in the Navy.
Air Force. Marine Corps. Hoorah.
I was a 31 Bravo military police officer.
Security forces.
82nd Airborne.
Radio operator.
SEAL Team 1.
I was stationed at Camp Anaconda in Iraq.
In Afghanistan.
Vietnam.
My service weapon was an M4 assault rifle.
My service weapon was an M16.
It's basically the same. You know what? It is the same.
As the AR-15.
The same weapon that's killed hundreds of people in the deadliest mass shootings in America.
I know the power of this weapon firsthand.
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 And there is no reason
no reason.
No reason.
Why anyone other than military and law enforcement should have an assault weapon like this.
I fought for this country.
I believe in the Second Amendment and the right to bear arms.
But that was created 200 years ago.
Guns have changed a lot since then.
High-powered, rapid-fire assault rifles like the AR-15 are meant for one thing.
One thing.
One thing.
That's not something I want in my country.
My name is Corporal Aiken.
My name is Specialist LaHaye.
Petty Officer, Second Class Day.
Corporal Williams.
Sergeant Yen.
Airman Batesel.
Staff Sergeant Houseman.
Corporal Henderson.
Staff Sergeant Stacy.
Corporal De Jesus. Specialist Delk.
Captain Vernier.
Senior Airman Rice.
Specialist Parker.
Petty Officer Williams.
My name is Sergeant Bell, and I support the ban on military-style assault rifles and safer gun laws in this country.
Washington, D.C., what's good? Midnight shadows, we're finding love is a battle, but daylight is so close, so don't you worry about a thing. We're gonna be alright. Let's go. Hey, yeah. Woo. We're gonna be alright. Hey, hey, oh, ooh, yeah, baby, don't you know all of them days gonna come and go? Baby, you just gotta make up your mind. Every little thing is gonna be alright. Baby, don't you know all of them days gonna come and go? Baby, you just gotta make up your mind. We decided, let's go. Alright, know that we gon' be alright. Know that we gon' be alright. Know that we gon' be alright. We're gonna be alright, baby. Let's go. Slow motion can't seem to get where we're going, but the hard times are golden, 'cause they all lead to better days. Let's go, come on. Alright, know that we gon' be alright. Know that we gon' be alright. Know that we gon' be alright. We're gonna be alright, boy. We're gonna be alright. We're gonna be alright. We're gonna be alright. Baby, don't you know all of them tears gonna come and go? Maybe you just gotta make up your mind. It's gonna be alright, baby. Don't you know all of them tears gonna come and go? Yeah. Let's go. Washington, let me hear you. Alright. Know that we gon' be alright. Know that we gon' be alright. Know that we gon' be alright. Yeah. We're gonna be alright. 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 Thank you guys so much. This is for these brilliant students here today that are leading this march, and to everybody participating. Thank you so much for fighting for change and for love and safety and for our future. I love y'all so much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, family. Yes, I said family. I said family because we are here joined together in unity fighting for the same goals. I say family because of all the pain that I see in the crowd. And that pain is another reason why we are here. Our pain makes us family. Us hurting together brings us closer together to fight for something better. My name is Alex King. I'm 17. I am a senior at North Lundale College Prep. As well as a peace warrior and a leader with Good Kids Mad City. Chicago has been at the forefront of gun violence for a very long time, with 650 people being murdered in the year of 2017 and 771 being murdered in the year of 2016. But that's not it. Gun violence travels in places like Florida, Baltimore, Washington, D.C., Los Angeles. It happens nationwide. I know many people who have lost loved ones, friends and family on a regular basis due to gun violence. My nephew, Deshaun Moore, he was taken away on May 28th in the year of 2017, 2 weeks after his 16th birthday. The day I lost my nephew was a huge turning point in my life. I started doing a lot of bad things, hanging around a bad crowd. I started to really give up. But there's this principle by Dr. King, and it states, the beloved community is the framework for the future. And what that means is, how our community is now is how it will be affected in the future if we don't make a change. If we aren't acting like a family now, we won't act like a family in the future. If pain is in our community now, pain will forever be in our community in the future if we don't make a change. Our community has been affected by gun violence for so long and will continue to be affected by it if we don't do something. But through my friends and colleagues, I found help to come up out of a dark place. Everyone doesn't have the same resources and support system as I was lucky to have. Myself and a few other peace warriors were able to take a trip to visit Parkland students and share our trauma with one another. We left not only knowing that we would support one another, but also realizing that without the proper grassroots resources, this issue of violence will not be solved, and we will not stop until we are properly resourced in our communities. So family, let's continue to fight for what's right. And since we are a family now, I would like to pass on one of the traditions that me and my family does at North Lundale College Prep. So as I do this, I will ask that you follow me after I say repeat after me. So it's this African clap that we do at North Lundale that shows unity, which is unity is strength. Look at the numbers here in the crowd today. Do you see this? So here's how it goes. First, I would say one, and that's just a simple clap. So when I say one, it's like this. One, 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 one. Okay. Now, next, I would say four. And how that works is 2 sets of 2. So when I say 4, it goes like this. 4, 1, 2, 1, 2. 4, 1, 2, 1, 2. 4, 1, 2, 1, 2. And now, here's the tricky part. Now we're gonna do 10, which is 2 sets of 3 and 2 sets of 2. So how this goes is when I say 10, it goes like this. 10, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. 10, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. Now y'all think we could do this as a family? All right, that's what I like to hear. Let's go. 1, 1, 1, 1, 4, 4, I love y'all.
One, 4, 4, 10. For we are survivors. Let me say that again for you. For we are survivors. We are survivors of a cruel and silent nation. A nation where freedom, justice, equality, and purpose is not upheld. A nation where we do not live out the true meanings of our creed. When will we as a nation understand that nonviolence is the way of life for courageous people? When will we as a nation understand that we are not here to fight against one another, but we are here to fight for life and peace? Dr. King once said, "Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that." Which now leads me to say that violence cannot drive out violence. Only peace can do that. Poverty cannot drive out poverty. Only resources can do that. Death cannot drive out death. Only proactive life can do that. As I stand before you, I stand as D'Angelo McDade, an 18-year-old from the west side of Chicago. I too am a victim, a survivor, and a victor of gun violence. I come from a place where minorities are controlled by both violence and poverty, leading us to be deterred by success. But today we say, no more. I stand before you, representing the body of those who have experienced and lost their lives due to gun violence. For we are survivors. For I am a survivor. For we are survivors not only of gun violence, but of silence. For we are survivors of the erratic productions of poverty. But not only that, we are the survivors of unjust policies and practices upheld by our Senate. We are survivors of lack of resources within our schools. We are survivors of social, emotional, and physical harm. Dr. King had a dream that we as youth must now make our reality. Ephesians 4:2-3 says, "Be completely humble and gentle. Be patient, bearing with love. Make every count. Keep its unity of the Spirit through peace and love." For 1 Peter says in chapter 4, verse 8, above all, you ain't hearing me. It says above all, love each other deeply because love covers all wrongdoing. And for as we, let me hear you say we. Let me hear you say we. As youth must now be the change that we see. My mother has this phrase that she used all the time, and she told me before I left home to come deal with this. She says, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. And I stand for peace.
Hello, my name is Matthew Soto, and at the age of 15, I sat in my high school Spanish class while my sister Victoria Soto was being slaughtered in her first grade classroom in Newtown, Connecticut. On December 14th, Vicky went into school to make gingerbread houses with her first grade students before their holiday break. How many of you can remember doing that? The anticipation of having to wait all week to have to be on your best behavior, but that was cut short. They didn't get to make gingerbread houses because gunfire rang out in the hallway. Too many times has gunfire been ringing out in the hallways of schools across this country. Too many schools, too many churches, too many movie theaters, too many neighborhoods, too many homes. Enough is enough. We do not have to wait for others to make us safe. We need to do it ourselves. America, I am pleading with you to realize this is not okay. We do not have to live like this. To my fellow students, it is our time to stand up, register to vote, bring power to the polls, and show those that say that our lives are not more important than a gun, that we are important, that we matter. Get involved in your community, because change, no matter how small, is change. Many of the students that were in 4th grade when my sister was murdered are now freshmen in high school. 5 years ago this happened. 5 years ago, and no change has come. Today, over 400 students, teachers, and parents of Newtown families are here marching with us today. Today, we are presenting a banner to the Parkland community from the Newtown community. We know your pain, we know what you are going through, and we are inspired by your fight for change. We need to use our voices because we cannot change the past, but we can only fight to change and build a better future.
My name is Tommy Murray. I'm a junior at Newtown High School. I live in Sandy Hook, and I attended the Sandy Hook Elementary School when I was in 1st grade to 4th grade. I was in 6th grade on lockdown for hours and hours when my neighbor shot his mother in her bed, then gunned down 20 children and 6 of our educators, including my principal, Don Hawksprung. It was one of the worst days of my life. Since then, I have attended vigils, I have protested in front of the gun lobby in our town, I have sent letters to Congress, I traveled to DC to meet with Congress to beg them to do something to stop gun violence, but they did nothing. They didn't ban assault weapons or pass universal background check bills, and now the entire Parkland community is shattered, the way our town was after the massacre in my elementary school. We are here to support the Stoneman Douglas students. We want to tell you to keep fighting as hard as you can. Your voices are so important. Your stories have truly changed the hearts and minds, and together, our stories will create the change that we need. If these mass shootings can happen in Newtown and Parkland, then they can happen anywhere. Connecticut passed strong gun laws after Sandy Hook, and Congress should do the same. Let's stand together to demand change. We will march with you. We will walk out with you. We will vote with you. We will end gun violence in our country, and we will honor with action.
My name is Jackson Middleman, and I'm also a junior at Newtown High School. Tommy and I lead a gun violence prevention group that has been rallying since we were 11 years old to end gun violence in America. I was also on lockdown for 5 hours on 12/14/12, the worst day of my life. The Sandy Hook mass shooting should have been the last one in our nation, but there are more and more every single day. And that's why Newtown says enough, and we say never again. We have worked incredibly hard for the last 5 years to protect other communities, but apparently Sandy Hook was not enough for America to make the changes. But after Parkland, we feel hope. You have inspired millions of students and adults all around the world. We want to thank the Parkland students, and we want to let them know that Newtown High School students stand with them. Long after the media trucks leave, we will stand by you during your healing and recovery. We are forever connected by a tragedy that could have been prevented if our lawmakers had the courage to enact smart gun legislation. It touched our hearts when Columbine High School sent us a banner with their message of love and hope, and we hope our message from Newtown High School will help you through your darkest days. And before we finish, I have a message. Mr. Trump, Congress, the Senate, and all elected leaders of America, you have failed us, and we have had enough of your NRA agenda. I'm calling out those who have taken money from the NRA. You better bring that check to the bank and put it in your retirement fund, because we're gonna vote you out. And now I'd like to introduce a Newtown and Parkland demand for change. Newtown wants change. Parkland wants change. The world wants change. Give it to us now.
My journey as an activist began just like many of you here. I witnessed injustice and violence in my community, and I spoke out. Today, you march because you too are witnesses to Stoneman Douglas, to Sandy Hook, to Virginia Tech, and to Columbine. To every friend, parent, sister, or brother who lost a loved one, my heart is with you. And though I can't be there with you today, I stand with you. I already talked to some of the students who organized this march today. Now, I want to talk to the rest of you, to everyone listening today. I hope that you will ask these student leaders how you can help them. They need other students, teachers, parents, and leaders to work together to end gun violence in schools. Whatever your politics, I know that no one wants another child to witness what these children have seen. Thank you.
And we are survivors from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, and we also wrote the song Shine.
This song is not only dedicated to the 17 and 14 injured, the 17 victims that we lost. It's dedicated to all their friends and family, and to anyone who's ever experienced gun violence.
Together, we are going to be the change. We are going to change the world. Thank you. You threw my city away. You tore down the walls and opened up all the gates.
You ruined this town. You burned all of the bridges and you slowly let us drown.
But you're not gonna knock us down. We'll get back up again. You may have hurt us, but I promise we'll be stronger. And we're not gonna let you in. We're putting up a fight. You may have
fall. Gonna raise up our voices so we'll never ever fall.
We're done with all your little games. We're tired of hearing that we're too young to ever make a change. 'Cause you're not gonna knock us down, we'll get back up again. You may have hurt us, but I promise we'll be stronger, and we're not gonna let you in. We're putting up a fight. You may have brought the dark, but together we will shine a light, and whoa, we're gonna shine. We can hug a little tighter, we can love a little more, laugh a little harder, we can stand up and roar. If we all come together, it will be alright. Stand up for one another, and we'll never give up the fight.
We refuse to be ignored by those who will not listen. We deserve to feel safe in our own schools. The time for change is now.
The smallest of words can make the biggest difference.
Be the voice for those who don't have one.
Together, we have the power to change the world around us.
You're not gonna knock us down, we'll get back up again. You may have hurt us, but I promise we'll be stronger, and we're not gonna let you in. We're putting up a fight. You may have brought the dark, but together we will shine a light. You're not gonna knock us down, we'll get back up again. You may have hurt us, but I promise we'll be stronger, and we're not gonna let you in. We're putting up a fight. You may have brought the dark, but together we will shine a light. Whoa, we will be something special. Whoa, we will shine. Thank you.
Thank you.
To all the people who are telling us to shut up, be quiet, wait your turn, we call BS. There are about 31 million young people between the ages of 19 and 25. If we all register to vote at 18 and show up on election day, then we can make the change we call for today. Common sense measures work. Let's make background checks universal. Stop the pipeline of illegal guns to our streets. Raise the age of buying a gun and save lives. Let's make waiting periods real and stop the epidemic of nearly 22,000 suicides per year and ban assault weapons that have no place in civilian hands. We are in the march for our lives, and we won't stop until we make this country safer. The adults had their chance. Now it's our turn. Enough is enough. It's time for a change. Never again.
Six minutes and about 20 seconds. In a little over 6 minutes, 17 of our friends were taken from us, 15 were injured, and everyone, absolutely everyone, in the Douglas community was forever altered. Everyone who was there understands. Everyone who has been touched by the cold grip of gun violence understands. For us, long, tearful, chaotic hours in the scorching afternoon sun were spent not knowing. No one understood the extent of what had happened. No one could believe that there were bodies in that building waiting to be identified for over a day.
No one knew that the people who were missing had stopped breathing long before any of us had even known that a code red had been called. No one could comprehend the devastating aftermath or how far this would reach or where this would go. For those who still can't comprehend because they refuse to, I'll tell you where it went. Right into the ground, 6 feet deep. 6 minutes and 20 seconds with an AR-15, and my friend Carmen would never complain to me about piano practice. Aaron Feist would never call Kira Miss Sunshine. Alex Schachter would never walk into school with his brother Ryan. Scott Beagle would never joke around with Cameron at camp. Helen Ramsey would never hang out after school with Max. Gina Montalto would never wave to her friend Liam at lunch. Joaquin Oliver would never play basketball with Sam or Dylan. Elena Petty would never, Kara Lugren would never, Chris Hickson would never, Luke Hoyer would never, Marquine Duque Aguiano would never, Peter Wang would never, Alyssa Al-Hadaf would never, Jamie Guttenberg would never, Meadow Pollock would never.
Since the time that I came out here, it has been 6 minutes and 20 seconds. The shooter has ceased shooting and will soon abandon his rifle, blend in with the students as they escape, and walk free for an hour before arrest. Fight for your lives before it's someone else's job.
Children, wherever you roam, and admit that the waters around you have grown, and accepted that soon you'll be drenched to the bone. If your time to you is worth saving, then you better stop to win. Children say purpose. And we all want what? We want change. I want change. Do you change? Well, now we're gonna sing it to you, y'all, and then we want everybody to hear us say it. Do you want to hear it? Then you say change. Let me hear you say it, change. We want them to hear us say we can all sing it together. Change, say. I want to hear you say change, y'all. Let us hear you say it. Let me hear you say. Put your hand in there. I want to hear you say. I know you can get it out. Change. We done lost too many. We done hurt too long. Oh, I'm gonna keep on singing. 'Cause we don't get them back, y'all. So we gotta change it before. Change it before anybody else get hurt. Put down the weapon. Change your heart, yeah. I cry from my heart, y'all, 'cause I gotta start. So I know it's gonna change, 'cause you demand the change, and we're not gonna get it until we keep on pushing. Yeah.
We want to thank you guys for coming out here, and we would not be here without you. There's no way in hell that we could ever have amounted to anything without the support of you guys. We all know what this is like, and it's up to us to stop it. So one last final plug, get out there and vote. Get out there, get registered, and if, yeah, go right ahead.
We are united. We are called the United States of America for that reason. Together we are whole, together we are one. Look to your left, look to your right. Brothers and sisters is what I see. Together we unite to make a whole. Congress, politicians, you are the parents. Hear your children cry. We want to come home. We want home. Whole home. Make our home well. Make our home prosperous. Make our generation the generation that fights. Make the generation that is change. We are the change. Look at us. Look at your children. Your children are the ones fighting for their rights because they're fighting for their life to survive. We are here today for the survival fact that no more, no bloodshed due to the fact of a metal machine made by a human, triggered by a human. Guns only serve one purpose, to take a life. They don't spare, they don't protect, they take lives. When you stare at a gun, you know it's your end. We are saying no more. We are here to say we are United States of America and we are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. United America! We are united.
La lucha sigue, y'all. Para la gente, for our people. La lucha sigue. We will not stop. We shall not stop. We are magical. Somos poderosos. We are magic. We are power. La gente, bro. La gente.
Let me see. Wait.
Okay. As one last important note, I think it's important that we realize we are, just like we are all Americans, we are all susceptible to the same corruption and greed, regardless of who you are or where you come from. So what we have here, what is constantly being sowed, are the seeds of corruption. But it's our job as the democracy to ensure that those seeds never sprout. But the only way you can do that is by getting out and voting. If not for me, for everybody else on this stage and every single American child out there, vote for us, vote for our future, and help us fight for our lives at marchforourlives.com.
Just give the mic to...
There you go.
Hey everyone. Thank you all for coming today. If you look around, you are surrounded by the people who will be making this country a better place and who will be making it easier to sleep at night, easier to wake up in the morning and go to school, and easier to be Americans. So to all of you who are assisting us in the fight for change, thank you. Thank you all. And the fight begins today, and it will not end until we get what we need. Thank you.
You've been watching live coverage of March for Our Lives here with the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey, and we're going to talk about what we saw today, what we heard. But first, I want to introduce you to a student who used to go to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High. Her name is Stevie Shapiro, and she's actually a college student now right here in D.C. at GW.
Yes.
So why did you come out today?
Why not? I mean, every person I believe here has a reason to come. It's about safety. We all deserve safety, and I think we all need to band together in order for change to be made. So I came out here to have my voice be heard, just like all my fellow classmates and fellow citizens of Parkland come out and speak up.
This movement was started by the kids from the high school you used to go to, but they incorporated movements that had already been happening all across the country in cities like Chicago and LA. Did you think a lot about gun violence before this happened at your old high school?
No, and that's just what upsets me so much about it, is that it's taken me this long until I was directly impacted to say and do something about it. So therefore, I am trying to speak up and have an active role in there so other people can do and make change, because it's just a matter of time until they are directly impacted if we don't do something about it now. So why not act now?
Stevie, what do you think is going to happen next? That's the big question a lot of people have, is where does the momentum go?
I know. We are here at the march. That's a great place to start, but it's just the beginning. We all need to make sure that this conversation continues to flow through, and that essentially, unfortunately, I hate that it rests within the Capitol building behind us right now, but we need to vote. We need to make sure everyone knows who they are voting for and what they stand for. We cannot continue supporting the NRA whatsoever, because they're just continuing this terrible habit of innocent lives being lost.
How did you hear about the news of what happened at your old school?
So I go to school here, and a friend texted me, and it was interesting being in the inner circle of social media, and in that there wasn't enough coverage on it. So slowly but surely I was getting text messages and just phone calls, and I just couldn't believe it. And seeing your hometown on TV is unlike, and it was surreal. It was just really upsetting, but I couldn't believe it, and it's a tragedy. And I just, seeing the people you know being directly impacted in my hometown on the news, I couldn't. And it's also hard being away from home.
Did you want to get home right away?
I just wanted to be home. And my parents, they were willing to offer to get me home. However, I know it would be kind of worse just submerging myself. I needed to get through this and have my voice be heard here in the nation's capital. So.
And you went home over spring break.
I did.
You went home to Parkland.
Yeah, and it was very much needed. I mean, it was just nice having people come together, and as well see the memorials and honor these people in their lives.
Stevie Schmidt, former student at the school that is the center at all of this. Thank you so much for talking with us. Appreciate your time. So we're going to check in with some of our reporters who have been watching what's been going on. Let's check out what Rhonda Colvin's seeing farther along down the march.
Thanks, Libby. I'm here with two guests. They both grew up in Connecticut, not far away from Sandy Hook, when that school shooting happened. And that sort of informed their activism with gun control. And they're here today, and they're encouraged by what they've seen. Nicole, if you could tell me a little bit about what you saw today, if you feel that this will change anything at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's coming here together in solidarity. I think people are very angry. Everyone wants change. And I think there will be an impact with this many voices coming together for one cause.
And Emma, have you thought at all of what you might do after this, beyond just the march?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I love that I've been seeing so many people walking around trying to register to vote. I think that that's #1 priority, is to get out there for the midterm elections and get the vote in. And I think beyond that, keeping up the momentum, keeping up this spirit, that we're not going to let them forget about us, that we're not going to let them think this is just a one-time event. We are going to demand change.
All right, thank you for the two of you to tell us your comments. Back to you, Libby.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. So, Hannah, we heard today from a mix of Parkland students, but almost every other speaker was a student who wasn't from Parkland, who was from a place like LA or even here in Washington, D.C. We heard from a teenager whose twin brother was killed in a shooting just this fall in our city. Did that mix really come across to you as something that the students wanted to express, that inclusiveness?
For sure. I think that the students really showed they have heard any criticisms of the selective media attention on a mass shooting in a wealthy suburban high school like their own, and they produced this program which was incredibly diverse in terms of race, geography, also age. We had 2 speakers as young as 11 and talking about all kinds of gun crime beyond mass school shootings. And it's now up to the media and to the rest of the world to see if they will listen to those other stories as well as the Parkland one. But as far as the Parkland students are concerned, you can tell that it is their priority.
Our colleague Nicole Ellis has been just off stage. She's been getting to talk to some of the performers who were making their voices heard today, or adding their voice to the students' chorus, but also talking to the students themselves. Let's toss it down to Nicole.
Please follow guidance on sign up.
This is Nicole Ellis. I am just a few feet away from the close of the March for Our Lives. I'm standing here with Christy Ma and Richard Doan. They're both student journalists at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High. This is your last year as students. What's next for you, and what has been your big takeaway from today?
I mean, my plans were always to be in the med field, but after everything that's happened and being so involved in the Eagle Eye, it has made me really reconsider what I wanted to study in. I'm thinking of possibly majoring in journalism, but I'm not exactly sure yet. I definitely still want to continue writing for a publication of some sorts, and just seeing the power of journalism through, like, the March for Our Lives and the fight for our lives. It's really inspiring to see how journalism plays a role in such a movement.
Richard.
Well, ever since I was a kid, I always wanted to major in business and help keep up my family business. But coming involved with journalism has shown me, as Christy said, the power of the media, what we can do. And our job as journalists to report the truth and everything that's going on within our community, within our nation.
Yeah, what's so unique about this is that obviously this is a very personal story for you two. How have you managed to reconcile reporting on this, but also considerably being a part of it?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's definitely very difficult for us, our classmates, because we're survivors and also journalists, and this is our school that it happened in. And so as survivors, it's tough for us because we also have to grieve alongside our classmates and our teachers. We've had friends who are one of the 17 victims, and it's really, really hard to talk about it at times. But as journalists, it's also our obligation in our job that we signed up for to report truthfully what happened, and to be able to tell the stories that they aren't able to tell anymore, and be able to live on their legacy.
Thank you both so much for reporting on this and chatting with us. This is Nicole, back to you.
Thanks, Nicole. So as attendees of the march begin to file out and away from this center stage, we're going to check back in with our colleague Jordan Fraser, who is in the crowd, to give us some of the political context of today's march.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to kind of set the scene of where we are about 10 blocks to the west of you. And during the march and during the rally today, the crowd extended from all the way where you are up near 3rd Street, all the way back to 13th Street here. We're just a couple of blocks from the White House. So as you see the people behind me kind of filing out, I'm seeing them go to the both sides of where the White House is. Speaking of the White House, we did hear from President Trump during today's event, although not in relation to this event. The president tweeted, I think we have a graphic that we'll put up, he tweeted about the attacks in France just the other day, and he said, our thoughts and prayers are with the victims of the horrible attack in France yesterday, and we grieve the nation's loss. We also condemn the violent actions of the attacker and anyone who would provide him support. We're with you, Emmanuel Macron, who of course is the president of France. Notable that the president tweeted about the attack in France and did not tweet about the rally here today, although former President Barack Obama did tweet about the rally here, really calling out the activism that we saw here. He tweeted that Michelle and I are so inspired by all the young people who made today's marches happen. Keep at it. You're leading us forward. Nothing can stand in the way of millions of voices calling for change. One of the notable things that we heard from the students during the rally was how they called out lawmakers. In particular, they called out Florida Senator Marco Rubio. We heard from Senator Rubio during the rally. He put out a statement, acknowledging the right of people to come out and exercise their First Amendment right and demonstrate in this manner. But he said that the issue of finding solutions, that's where there's so many places to disagree, and that's where the disagreements will obviously play out on Capitol Hill. I should note that a White House spokesperson did also put out a statement about this event here, saying that the president is, of course, supportive of safety for students, and they touted progress that the DOJ, the Department of Justice, made about banning bump stocks just in recent days. So, Libby, Hannah, obviously politics still very much at play here and will continue to be, especially as Congress returns to Capitol Hill in the coming weeks, and they face these continued questions from these students who made clear today they will not be quiet in the weeks, months to come, and especially as they become voters down the road. So Libby and Hannah, I will throw it back up the street to you now.
Thanks so much, Jordan. And speaking of the pressure that's going to be placed upon members of Congress, one of our reporters actually saw students wearing price tags which said $1.05, which is, as they worked it out, the amount of money that has been donated by the NRA to Marco Rubio and his campaigns divided by the number of students in Florida.
Yeah. And that theme of attacking the NRA was really prevalent, attacking politicians was prevalent today. Something interesting that they chose to do was to play some of the NRA's own footage. They had like a greatest hits reel of some of the NRA's videos that are designed to sort of advocate for gun rights, but also scare and create fear. And it was fascinating to see those juxtaposed with, for example, a young person, a little boy, then getting up and talking about how he was, you know, seeing the aftermath in his family of when his brother was killed.
This was Christopher Underwood, who was 11 years old, and his 14-year-old brother had been killed. And he actually quoted MLK, and he was not the only one to quote MLK in the course of the speeches. And one incredible moment was when Yolanda Renee King, who's the granddaughter of Martin Luther King Jr., came out at the end of Jacqueline Corin's speech, and she said, "I have a dream that enough is enough," referencing her grandfather's speech on the march in Washington in 1963. It was an incredible moment that I think many people had never seen her before, and to see her and saying that was as a very deliberate callback.
A goal of this was to have it be student-led, student voices. We only heard young people on the stage, and even the performers, if they said anything at all other than singing, it was very minimal. It was like, get off the stage and give the stage back to the students. And this was student-led. A lot of donations came in, and there obviously was some slick production value here. Even though it was driven by the students, they did get a lot of assistance and help in being able to pull this off, and everything in terms, in terms of logistics, in terms of just getting the infrastructure together. But they wanted to be the ones to set the program and to set the tone and to give Americans the names and the faces of the kids as part of this. So even though we know that there was slick production and there was assistance behind the scenes by the adults who have the experience of throwing together a huge event like this, the kids wanted to be the ones to drive it, Hannah.
And even compared to the celebrities, I know we have a lot of Ariana Grande fans watching on YouTube, but even as you said, it was as if they had very clear orders: perform, thank you, leave, we have more to say. So now we're going to go back to our colleague Nicole, and who's speaking with Vic Mensa.
This is Nicole Ellis with the Washington Post. I am live with Vic Mensa. You have advocated for gun reform through your foundation, Save Money, Save Life. What is your hope for this to impact young lives and America?
Ban assault weapons. 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 And ban assault weapons. Like Die-Line. Die-Line, 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 and Die-Line. You have to ban these weapons because they're built for destruction and death. It's not to protect yourself. It's not deer hunting. We have to ban assault weapons and put the pressure on legislators to make that happen.
Black students make up roughly 16%, if not a little bit more, of the school population here in the United States, according to the Washington Post. But they experience school shootings at twice that rate. What is your hope for communities of color and how March for Our Lives and this widespread conversation can change things?
Gun violence affects us all. I keep saying it, whether you're black, brown, high yellow, we all bleed red, and the streets are painted with red blood today, tomorrow, and most likely for some time. I would like to see the change impact our communities as it impacts Stoneman Douglas and suburban America. We all are dying from this, so we all need to move forward as a society.
Thank you so much. Back to you.
Thanks, Nicole. The students here today were calling for some very specific things, Hannah. And it really runs the gamut. They want to see tougher gun laws, though, first and foremost. There's been conversation around this issue, calling for safer schools, but they kept saying today, no, the focus is on, I shouldn't have to bring a clear backpack to school, something that they're now having to do in Parkland. I shouldn't have to worry about, whether the resource officer or a teacher should be carrying a gun. I just want to be safe because I want guns out of the classrooms and out of the hands of people who shouldn't be getting them.
You can tell that students are sort of preempting what critics might say, well, what does this do? What comes next? What are your concrete proposals? They came with concrete proposals and very slickly produced videos, as you said, about advocating for instance, raising the age that you can purchase a gun to 21 and increasing wait periods to help prevent suicide deaths. So now we're going to go back to Rhonda, who's talking to some more people in the crowd as they file out. Rhonda?
Thanks, Hannah. We're in front of the museum, and one of the really popular areas of this area in front of Pennsylvania is a setup that the museum put up, asking people to write their thoughts on why they're here, who they're marching for, and there's been a lot of compelling messages. One that stood out to me earlier today was a young kid who said, I'd rather worry about my algebra test than worry about a mass shooter. So that kind of puts things into context of who came to this march, who were the planners, people taking algebra tests. Another one was a person from the UK saying he was concerned about U.S. gun laws. There was also messages from teachers saying that they rather would not be armed in a classroom. So a lot of different sentiments on this wall. Actually, the museum, I saw them halfway through the program, they came out and added another board because the first one got too full. So this is something I'm not sure if they're going to have up for maybe the next few days or so, but it really gives us an idea of who was here today and why they were marching. So that wraps things up for us over here at the museum. I'm going to send things back to you all near the main stage.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. So Rhonda's down Pennsylvania Avenue. She's actually closer to the White House than we are. We're close to the U.S. Capitol building, and the Capitol served as the backdrop to the speeches today, the passion, the fury that so many students were expressing. We're wondering how this rally is going to shape up now. So the crowds are dispersing, but some of them are actually going to head to the White House because they want to have a moment there to make their voices heard, even though President Trump is not in town. He's at Mar-a-Lago in Florida for the weekend. Our colleague Jordan Fraser is watching how the political story of this is unfolding, but also just how the crowds are feeling about this story. So Jordan, do you have the sense that people are going to go to the White House, that they're going to use that venue to take a moment and really rally and and see some of that cheering and the crowd that we saw so passionately down here at the Capitol?
Right, absolutely. So we have actually switched our position a little bit. So actually directly behind me, behind those trees and the Treasury Department is the White House there. And you can probably hear people chanting as they walk by me. This has now become really what the march is at this point. And they're chanting things like the NRA has got to go and that this is what democracy looks like. So even just from a practical standpoint of how people will exit Pennsylvania Avenue, they'll be going by the White House. Now, as you mentioned, President Trump is not in the White House today. He's down in Florida. But I will say that his 2020 re-election campaign used a moment during this march to send out an email to supporters urging to send more Republicans to Congress in 2018. So this was political very much for the White House. And for these people here, they will definitely use the White House as a backdrop. Even with the president gone, it's still a telling symbolism as they move with their signs and their chants and past 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue just behind me here. Libby and Hannah?
Thanks so much, Jordan. Down here by the stage, it was a lot of listening, it was a lot of cheering, but it wasn't moving. And you do get the sense that some people just want to move and actually march and have that experience of being able to walk past the White House, chanting out loud, and having that classic experience of being on the move. And so we may see more of that this afternoon, Hannah.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. And it was, for the most part, a very loud rally, lots of very evocative speeches that were very passionate and sermon-like, as well as our performers. But one moment that I think is going to stick with me for a long time, and that I hope hope viewers at home got a sense of was Emma Gonzalez's 6 minutes and 20 seconds of complete silence that she stood on the stage staring, and everybody felt completely quiet here. It was incredible. I think that's a good thing to watch back if you missed it.
And the point of that 6 minutes and 20 seconds from the time she took the stage to when she finally said, okay, here's why I'm doing this, is that's how long the attack took, in which 17 people were killed.
It was a really powerful moment. So thank you very much for watching. If you are watching us on YouTube, please subscribe if you haven't already. I'm Hannah Jewell.
I'm Libby Casey. Thank you so much for watching. That's all from the Washington Post.